Okay, check. We should be nice, live and ready to go. This is not something I was expecting. Like, we are starting already with the free Semmelweis right on login. I thought we had to wait at least 1 week to get her, but I'm sure as hell not going to complain, because it's still likely going to take me a full week to actually build her. Still, hot white-haired vampire, that is one of the characters I was looking forward to the most this patch, so we can just claim her like this.
こんにちは、タイムキーパー。以前からあなたのことは耳にしてたわ。ご迷惑にならなければいいけど。とはいえ、あなたにとって私なんて取るに足らない存在でしょ。
Also, holy hell, the music. They went full piano with this one. Okay, final exam, free Matilda, but she's a 5-star, she's not really used.
なんであなたがここに？待ってよ。ってことはまさかソネットも。
But yeah, yet another free 5-star. This is 10 free pools for Lucy. We even get the entire 10 days login for yet another 10-part pool. Yeah, that's one hell of a way to start the 10th anniversary. This one I might not be able to get, because I didn't log in time this morning. And then there's just the usual notices. So, first thing first, what's going on in the wilderness? The word precision is inscribed inside, used in insight and resonance ritual for characters. Okay. Oh, apparently now we get creatures bringing stuff to us for free. That's nice. Still, we're locked down to 11 characters and there's a whole lot more that I want to put on that island. Precision 1 extra roll and almost 2 extra pools. Moment sees in a picture a fragment of a time gone by, a precious souvenir. This is a token of friendship in memory of the adventures you shared together. Use it as a portrait in your profile. Again, the profile though is something I don't think it's all that important. We also have a friend list, but there's really nothing to do with either friends or this stuff in here. If it was like Arknights I could understand, but it's really not. So this is mostly just a single player game. I don't even know why they do this profile stuff. Summon-wise, we are at 45. Sure, this is a limited banner, it's not going to count the PT. Apparently Semmelweis you can also just pull 4, but we got 1 for free, that should be more than enough. Bank-wise, even though it's a new version, I think most of this stuff just resets monthly. This resets per version, but it's NNL once again. Approaching range should be new. Incantation Might, right after the caster uses a 1-target counter ultimate. Damage heal 10% for 2 rounds. And Repose deal Genesis damage plus 30%. Pretty sure these are going to be Lucy Lucy's own mechanics. I don't remember anyone else doing riposte damage unless this maybe counts for 37.
戻ってきたの。ま、当然だよね。ここは原点なんだから。
But no, I think 37 just deals Genesis damage. Yeah, there's no riposte anywhere in her descriptions. Still, sadly, I just got Villa and Windsong, so my resources are completely flawed. These two are both great, but I have absolutely zero money to raise yet another unit. And even then, they are kind of stuck at Resonance level 7. Because all of this extra stuff is going to take a little bit more in order to craft. Still, we can just start the main story quest. Oh right, I didn't check her either. Report rate for Matilda. Leliani, some crystals from the extra item. Resonance we're not going to touch, and there's our Semmelweis.
そんなに慌てて何か重要な要件があるんでしょ?
Absolutely love the way they handled the Live 2D transitions as well. So, reality, support, DPS and HP sacrifice. HP sacrifice that should be countered or at least solved by Villa. And so it rises again. Mass buff, all allies lose 20% HP, create a special array blood domain for 3 rounds, and enter the Feral Instincts status for 3 rounds. Array effect, battlefield continuously applied to the characters on field. Only one can be used. But again, I think she's the only one who currently applies an on-field effect. Damage taken reduction plus 20%. When an ally attacks, for every 10% of their missing HP, additional 5% bonus damage up to 40%. So you want your units to stay around 60% HP for the maximum buff. Might be a little bit risky, especially in some of the harder stages. Feral Instincts at the end of the round casts Truth Revealed, still under the Feral Instinct status. She's a mass attack, dealing 8% reality damage to all allies. If it's cast automatically at the end of the turn, I think this one might also count as yet another follow-up attack, which is still going to charge up 37's own stacks. Signature Floppy, one target attack loses 10% HP to deal reality damage. 20, 320, 550. While for the buff, one target grants Flesh Blood status to an ally for 2 rounds, then 15% damage to all allies and additional 10% to the ally with Fresh Blood. Only one can exist at a time. And this one goes from 15 to 20 to 30. Duration is always 2 rounds. We're going to have to check her out, because I think between her and the Little Mermaid, we might actually buff one single unit into the stratosphere. Because this one is also 25% damage bonus, as well as 30% crit rate, 30% crit damage, buffing mental characters even more. Passive side, when entering battle loses own courage HP 20%, and +3 Moxie. Okay, cool, so she can enter the enhanced status a little bit faster. At 2, +8% damage. At 3, right after casting an ultimate, loses another 10% HP and gain +1 Moxie. When in Feral Instincts, for each HP loss effect suffered by any ally when an ally takes action, Truth Reveal deals an additional 30% reality damage, stacking up to 20 times. Yeah, she looks pretty damn interesting. Still a support. So I'm pretty sure she's not going to be run alongside 37 unless you're running in a 4-man team. As for the Psycube, I'm afraid we're going to have to check the event. Either it comes from the event or it comes from the shop. So we left off that we were stranded on the island with Manus Vindicte trying to take us out. What the hell is going on now? Because there were some interdimensional issues going on, but haven't heard about time travel. They're getting Thanos snapped? The hell? Oh, this next part is going to be such a mess. Already the last one with Cacalia and the opera singer was absolutely insane. And all it did was set up an even crazier next patch. So 24 hours before the storm, just some quest clears. Okay, these are story mission clears on normal mode. It's basically just the usual extra missions for the vending machines. Step forward, this one is going to be the light cone for Lucy. Intelligence Afflatus increases crit rate by 6%, add 2 or more special effects, increases incantation might by 6. When attacking, if the carrier also has the forced field, 12% incantation might and another 3% crit rate. At max, these ones go to 18% incantation might, 12% damage bonus, and 9% crit rate. And considering Lucy is going to be yet another big mainstay character, this one is likely going to get maxed. We're also getting another couple of pulls from here. So this should be the main story. Flying to the Past is going to be just her very own character event. Beneath the Ashes, this might be another little exploration event. But the fact that we get yet another gluttony here to keep on leveling up the light cone, absolutely fantastic. Dusk tomorrow, mains bulletin next week, anecdote in 8 days. Fire Thieves should be an event rerun, not actually sure, but this basically opens up next month. So we should finally go back to Vertin, right?
Mama, やっぱりわからないよ。
Oh god, even younger 37.
どうしてみんな無理数が嫌いなの？
Hello, hey desert, welcome, how are things going? The woman turns around, gazing her daughter with a warm
そう
reflection.
ね。あなたも無理数が嫌い？
And what do you know? Grand Blue Fantasy is not the only game that has hot moms.
ちょっぴり。
37 looks down and kicks away a pebble.
3や17は数えられるけど、0.01、001、0001、00001は無理でしょ？計算にも使えないし。循環しない無限小数は結果をめちゃくちゃにしちゃうし。短くて綺麗な式を汚されるのは嫌。
でもあなたが大好きな円形だって円周の長さと直径の比は無理数でしょ？
ううん。パイは特別。その由来も意味も知っているから。だから計算にも使える。いいや、ログ10の2、ルート2もそう。でもそういう無理数はすっごく少ないの。規律もなければ簡易化もできない無限に連なる数字。最後まで数えることもできないし、計算にも使えない。
Also, I really want to know what was going on in the dev's mind when they decided to make a civilization that's all completely based around math and numbers.
数直線上では変な位置にいて、まるで神話に登場する神に殺されない力を持つギガンテスみたい。どうして笑うの？
あなたがとっても賢くてとってもおバカさんだからよ。あなたは無理数を嫌ってなんかいない。まだ十分に理解していないだけ。
Leaning down, she picks up a soggy twig. Her hand moves, sliding the tip of the twig across the sand. 4 equal perpendicular lines are drawn, with 2 more diagonal lines intersecting in the middle. It is the shape of the familiar square.
これはもうおなじみの証明よね。ルート2は無理数であり、純粋な計算から結論が導き出せる。A と B が共に整数である場合、2を B 分の A 括弧事乗で表現するのは不可能であることと同じ。
Yes, again, when you pick up a gacha game, I guess math and geometry lessons are the last thing you can expect.
無理数に関する知識を一切使わずとも、配理法で証明することができる。だけど、私たちは正方形の対角線を見て、すぐにこの数えられない数字を見出した。つまり、
わかった。つまり整数比を元にしたピタゴラスの数学論は不確かな要素が存在するってことね。
ええ、これは最も単純で美しい定義で古代数学における最大の成果よ。約分できない数字は数多く存在するけど、ルート2はその中でもとりわけ目立つ。この発見は整数比によって形成されていた古典的な王国を滅ぼし、解析学に画期的な革命を起こした。同時にこの足元には計測できる硬い地盤の他に触れることのできない謎の王国があることが証明されたわ。そしてその王国を開く鍵はこの正方形の対角線の中に潜んでいる。
無理数の王国。
The girl listens intently. As always, she understands quickly.
わかったわ、ママ。私たちの認知を超える数字は常に存在する。それが無理数の意義なのね。つまりもっと理解を深めれば無理数とも友達になれるってこと。でもそれならどうして島のみんなは無理数を嫌うの？
The image of her mother's face fractures. But her smile is clear, gentle, quiet, and almost pitying.
ママ？37？起きたの？
The girl sits up tight in the bed, her eyes staring into the air in dismay.
ソフィア、今何時？
They all like math, right? I could help that woman subtract 8.
1週間も寝たきりだったのよ。
Yeah, apparently they also call themselves numbers based on their importance or at least their hierarchy within the system. Her words are cut off as 37 jumps off the bed, rushing her way out.
待って、まだ動ける
Since
状
last
態
time,
じゃ。
because this was 2 patches ago, the island onto which these characters are staying, which is completely cut off from the world, has apparently resurfaced and it's now about to be invaded by the real world, mostly due to Manus Vindicte meddling, as well as Vertin and her squad trying to contact the Foundation for help.
もう時間がないの。6のところに行く。一刻も早くみんなに伝えないと。私たちの縁が崩壊したって。
今や私たちにも教団の戒律が幾分か頭に入ってしまった。豆を食べてはならない。パンをずいぶん前にもこの話をしたね。もう少し遅くにろうそくを灯すべきだったよ。そうすれば夜明けまでの時間が延びて、ああ、ずいぶん世の規律というものを知っているようだ。そりゃ両者を実際のところ秋の祝典で夜にマッチをするとき、
First enroll got Lucy. Oh damn, someone's getting lucky, congrats.
結局のところ同時に象徴も普遍的な手段になっちまった。 花の寓意は祝福と収穫。もっと簡単に言えば。
Now, I'm a little bit scared about this one. This gacha banner especially.
経験は嘘。逆に。
Because I might have gotten a bit too lucky in the last couple of pulls.
あんたも結局は。
Because Villa, I've actually gotten 2 copies in like 30 pulls, and both of them came off of the same 10-part roll. And the same happened later when I tried pulling for Windsong. So these things should not happen, but it's like Villa C1, Windsong C1, both in less than 30 rolls each. But yeah, let's see if the luck keeps up. For this game though, I'm not really keeping track of the summons. Still. Hold on. Where are the settings? What's this? Hey there, Bertin, you're back just in time. I see that you've been doing a lot of work in the field lately. Test out menu invention, check this. Machine in the corner. A mood switch. Being in the field all the time is bound to lead to burnout and fatigue, both physically and mentally. So I prepared this for you. It can help you create an optimal resting environment when you return to your suitcase. It's also very easy to use. Here I'll show you. Radio frequency, you can connect to Miss Radio at any time, no matter where she may be. This way you can listen to the radio broadcast at your leisure. These mysterious channels must contain something of interest to you. Oh cool, we get our very own radio. I received your signal. Follow the instruction based on X's unofficial maintenance manual and smack the machine. Tension was a success. Now I can hear you crystal clear. Demonstrated the mood switch to Vertin. This might take a bit of your time. Oh, you can even favorite them. Ah, that's pretty cool. Descriptions, and I guess these are flavor texts. Okay, still pretty damn good addition, but we'll worry about that later. For now, we need to try and get a little bit lucky. So, Lucy, 50 pulls, no guarantees, but we also get an extra 10, so fingers crossed, she's also going to come home soon. That's a 5-star. A quadruple 5-star. The hell? For Kanjira, that's nice, I still use her. And 10 cassettes of the Lost, but I think we are going to need way too many of these in order to go for the guaranteed. Nothing on the second one. $30. Come on, Lucy. This is another 5-star. Yeah, the six you can recognize because it's a little bit darker. Orpedia and X. Again, 2 units I don't really use. But we do get some albums of the Lost, which I'm still saving in the hopes that one day they're going to add Sotheby to the shop. Nothing here. 20 more. Come on, that's another 5-star. I should be able to at least hit 1 pity though. Balloon Party, there's a Flanel. Last one, at least for today. That's yet another 5-star. Well, nothing. A new one? How did I never get you? Ah, well. Still, 60 cassettes of the Lost. Still nothing here. We're going to need to go to 200. That's going to be a little bit difficult. But at the same time, there's more pools over there. There's going to be more pools coming out next month, 10 more days from now. So honestly, I'm not too worried about not getting Lucy right off the bat. There's still going to be more chances. On the right side, I can just level up Semmelweis while we get there. So, let's get the proper music back in. Yeah, it looks like the Eurobeat didn't work this time around. But between the missions, the events, the reset, I should be able to hit PT. Not sure if I can hit it twice, but we'll have to wait and see. Bracelet still on.
考えすぎかな。
The Hall of Truth is as crowded as ever. Ideas, noise, and arguments are all crammed into one space.
Miss Bertie, 聞いていますか?
Who the hell is
今
this?
回の尋問は
And why are
あな
you
た方の
blue?
運命を決めるものなのですよ。これより1週間前に起きた座標漏洩事件についての多数決を執り行います。主な論点は
We've seen plenty of weird people, but everyone has been just a human so far.
にもかかわらず、あなたはこの2時間ですでに10回以上その腕時計を見ましたね。現状を分かっておられますか?
すみません。
A mocking click of the tongue can be heard from the crowd.
好きにさせてやれよ。888。腕時計に書いてあるのも立派な数字だ。もしかしたら幸運の数字が舞い降りるのを待っているのかもしれない。
His words cause a ripple of chuckles through the hall. Clearly, after hours of debate and discussion, this light-hearted moment brings much-needed sense of relief.
それに一つでもきちんとした結論が出たか。この1週間、聖地で死んだベンベッタの信者、せき止められたゴルゴン海流、島を侵略する人類軍と様々な議題について話し合った。それに国際領土の揉め事や外部組織からの圧力、訪問者同士の衝突も続いている。我らが客人は想像を絶する贈り物をくれたな。果たして我々はどちらの言い分を信じればいいのか。財団か、それともマヌス・ベンベッタか。
I mean, all it takes is one look at Manus Vindicta and you can see that they're clearly evil.
真理の意志に誓って、今回の件は私たちが仕組んだことではありません。私たちはいかなる軍隊にも情報を流してはいません。聖パブロフ財団は現在外界にて領土争いの解決に努めています。
ですがここの情報は全て財団に報告しましたね。その情報がその後どうなったかは知らないと。
はい。
疑わずにいられるか。財団は何よりも人類を重んじる組織だろう。自作自演や誓いの軽視、属性の王冠は幾度となく持ち主を変えるが、人間の悪行だけは常に不変だ。それになぜ我々より7年も遅れをとっている組織にエマネーションに抗う知識を求めなければならないんだ。
His words evoke a murmur of agreement.
玉石を収めよ。結論を出すには早い。
Also, this is like the third time that they try to kill us.
マヌス・ベンベッタの言い分を聞こうではないか。
He stretches out his right hand, directing the audience's attention across the stage. And would you look who's there? On the right, there sits a quiet figure in black and blue.
先ほども言ったように、財団のエマネーション知識は我々より7年も遅れている。だがマヌス・ベンベッタに至っては数学における知識はおろか、基本的な言語能力すらないようだ。ミスあるかな。あなたの門徒はなぜ聖地の入り口で死んでいたのかな。まさか我々が行った授業で狂い、殉教者のごとく真理の扉に頭を打ちつけたなどというのでは。
そうよ、自ら頭を打ちつけたわ。
She doesn't even deny it. Yeah, how can I look at that and think wanting her to stop? Again, it's been 1 year. She's still very much on the antagonist side, but people have been demanding for her to become a playable character basically since day one. Her quick and straight answer causes a commotion in the crowd. Yet, she only gently closes a book on her lap, uncaring of the suspicious stares around her.
確かにわらわの手下は知識の伝承において欠陥がある。だが教団との取引における誠意は疑いようのないものよ。教団が軽視しながらも依存してきた現象界の物質を相当数提供してきたことからもわかるはず。この議論に関してだけれど、
That's why I wanted Forget-Me-Not to be the main villain. He fits so much better. I think the entire faction remains the main villains.
この状況に近い物語を聞いたことがある。
This is just going to be
ぜひとも共
her
有し
part
たい。
in the story. Because Forget-Me-Not, we already went through a little bit of it. We're going to see her here on the island. The developments we still don't know about. But we're going to have to check up what's going on and what's going to happen later. Because the way this story develops here on this island might change quite a few things. Her gaze falls on the back. The fair-haired judge has not spoken a word since the debate began.
どうぞ。
寛大な心遣い、感謝するわ。縁に関する古い伝説よ。この地へ訪れる前に、ある若い芸術家が話してくれたわ。その昔、知識を携えた魂が
I say as I skip most of the story. Oh, no, you don't do that. Again, this is like a single-player game. It's mostly story-driven.
予期せぬ出来事が起こることに
Like,
怯
the
え
story is the best part of it.
自然に身を置くと、己の小ささを自覚せずにはいられなかった。
Or how interesting and weird it
それ
can
らに
get.
反抗を示すべく、 魂は己の周りに魔力の円を描き、外界との隔離を図った。こうして最初の魔術が生まれた。そしてその創造物は内なるプネウマを使い、外界の現象によるプレッシャーに抗うようになった。繰り返される戦争の中、創造物は己の立場をさらにはっきりと認識するようになった。これが最初の円。
So the first magic circle was actually just a circle.
わらわたちは今なお守られ、その恩恵を受けているわ。この物語の興味深い点は、人の存在、限界と証明、そのどちらも円のもとに成り立っているということ。
The whole gate busts open. The intruder, with a small figure, leans weakly against the door frame.
37。
All eyes are fixated upon the young girl. Some have even risen to their feet in surprise. The leader on the bench breaks the silence.
37、何事だ。
島が
Her pale lips tremble, struggling to get the words out.
私たちの島が病気にかかったの。
Even the slightest sound is gone, and eerie silence descends upon the hall. If the island has gone ill, there's a very high chance that these are going to be the monsters waking up. The ones trying to control and enforce the rules of the island. Another dull, muffled thump, as if something stuck a hard surface. But it's enough to get the rest of the crowd to their feet. They look up at the roof. The thud came from up there. More thumps follow. It's as if the hall has turned into a drum, with an out-of-control drummer playing frantically on the dome.
おいおい、何事だ。
Either it's monsters or these guys are actually getting bombed.
氷でも降ってるのか。
Okay, I'll try not to skip this time, but if I put it to run on the background and start to hear French, I might break my word. Honestly, understandable.
いいえ、おそらく違うかと。
Standing outside the gate, the numberless character look up at the sky. Being battered from entering the hall, she can see it better from where she stands.
どうやらアブラクサスのようです。空中から落下をし。
Another look at the watch. It's become something of a habit now. The clock the long-anticipated moment has finally arrived.
ストームだ。
Two contemporary storms, one in here, one in Vienna.
この時代のストームがもうすぐやってくる。
Not to mention, this was supposed to be a place completely isolated from the rest of the world. This was supposed to be a place that was immune to storms. What the hell is going on here? Battles can now be a total breeze. Starting from chapter 4, all stages will have a breezy mode. Switch to breezy mode to experience easier battles. Absolutely not. Now able, starting from chapter 4, select this mode for easier battles while still enjoying all of the chapters to the fullest. You can choose to clear stages directly in story mode, which will earn the stage completion rewards for both story and breezy. They bring extra rewards though. But we cannot go directly to the highest on top of the 60 we normally get. Actually quite nice. Actually really damn nice.
Emanation が発生すると今ですか？
正確には24時間後に。ストームは発生まで少しの猶予がある。ストーム症候群が臨界点から世界へと蔓延するまで、具体的な症状やその重さについての法則は未だ解明されてない。ラプラス計算科学研究センターのおかげで、私たちはストームの発生時刻を知ることができる。
Oh yeah, skip the backstory chapters. Anything I should know when entering back in? I'm at this island arc too. I think most of it was backstory. How Vertine joined the Foundation, how she was raised within it, her relationship with Sonetto. Then, after some botched mission, after she recruited Regulus, she was given the freedom to play around with her own unit, even though a lot of people didn't want her to, because that would have given her too much freedom, too much importance within the Foundation. This is basically a trust test from Lucy and from the Foundation to see if Vertine can actually manage her own unit. But yeah, we got here and there was a lot of trouble. Because first we got lost, then we got trapped, and now there's basically no way to escape. And we have a storm coming. So either we're going to have to try and fight the storm off, or we're going to have to ally ourselves with Manus Vindicta, which is also not the first time that happens. Or we're going to have to see what the hell happens, because we've seen the preview, we've seen time stopped, we've seen the bombs falling, stopping mid-air. The hall is once again filled with the whispers of the white robes. Again, this island, this civilization basically got detached from the rest of the real world some 300 to 500 years prior, which is why they're still dressed like this. And they basically advanced in their own way. They didn't change costumes, but they just kept on focusing on math, trying to understand what the storms were. They called them emanations, but they still know what the hell that is. On this island, dedicated solely to the study of the emanation, the situation has far surpassed their imaginations.
席を離れないでください。まだ終わっていません。この島にいる限り、エマネーションの影響は受けません。引き続き、議論を進めるべきです。
Yeah, but haven't you seen? Your guardian monsters are falling from the sky. Pretty sure the emanation has just gained hold on this island. The Banshee, acting as the custodian of the assembly, raises her voice, drowning out the arguments. Despite the unforeseen turn of events, she remained committed to her duty. The debate must go on.
37、ひとまずこちらへ。誰か毛布を取ってきてちょうだい。
Her voice softens as she looks at the frail, slender girl in front of her. 37 is way too cute. No one can even stay mad at her.
42、ソフィアと共にアブラクサスの状況を調べてきなさい。
The man bows and leaves. Order is restored under the dome once more.
まあ、逆に良かったじゃないか。もう多数決の必要はない。そうだろう？
はい。
The rhetorician raises a hand with a triumphant smile. As usual, he's offering a new perspective, or what some might call another attempt at stirring up the crowd.
間もなくエマネーションが訪れ、 プネウマの潮水が全てを沈めるだろう。そうなれば、外界の人類軍であろうと、どこかの政権であろうと、それがもたらした紛争であろうと、我々を不快にさせる全てが、地べたの汚れと化し、溝へと洗い流される。
Yeah, we don't want to be stuck here for eternity though.
煩わしい事象から解放され、再び本質の研究へと戻れる。
His words are met with silence. Crowd is lost in thought, having long detached themselves from the phenomenal world. 210 words are striking a chord.
いいえ、今回は違う。
The petite figure stands on her feet. She is pale as snow from her coma and did not bother to put on the blanket given to her.
この島は病気になったんだよ。今まさに膨張して重くなって鈍くなって光なき現象界へと墜落してるの。もうすぐプネウマの塩水が私たちを沈める。現象界の塵ぼこりたちと同じように。
何？つまり俺たちが全員エマネーションに飲み込まれると？
そんなのありえないわ。
I guess the worst part is that no one even knows what happens to the people taken by the storm. Because some arcanists can survive, some others can run away in protected places like the Foundation or, until we found it, this island. But everyone else just disappears. We don't know if they die or if they're sent to yet another era. This is terrible news, one that nobody wants to hear right now. The impact is like a bomb going off. The crowd is buzzing with fearful whispers. The lady next to 37 stands up, still holding the unused blanket.
37、まだ体調が回復してないでしょ。少し休んだ方がいいわ。
First stage of grief, denial.
必要ない。ここに来たのはこのことをみんなに伝えるためだもん。アペイロンの気配を感じないの。こんなの今まで一度もなかった。
何をそんなに慌てているのですか？
Oh, miscounted. I don't have 30 rolls, I have 120. How do you miscount that badly? Still, if you still need to have to go roll for Lucy, good luck with those. The question is asked softly, but it cuts like ice.
原因はあなたが一番ご存知でしょう。異邦人を聖地へ連れ込んだのはあなたなのだから。経典の境界を破ったことでアペイロンはお怒りになられた。もちろんあくまで憶測に過ぎません。現にマヌス・ベンデッタの方々も同様に無断で聖地に足を踏み入れた。またこの島がエマネーションに飲まれるという証拠はありません。
Nice, congrats. How much did it took?
37の言動だけでは不十分です。皆も気づいたことでしょう。今回の事件は未だ解決しない疑問も多く、教団に取り返しのつかない悪影響を及ぼしたことを認識する必要があります。
Dude, everyone is getting her in 10 pools. What the hell? Looks like for once I'm actually sharing my luck properly.
このまま取り調べを続け、財団とマヌス・ベンデッタに判決を下すべきです。
The attempt to refocus the assembly fails as half the audience turn their attention to the gate. Sophia has returned, standing hesitantly in front of the entrance.
すみません。勝手に入るべきでないのは分かっているのですが。
Though irritated by the constant interruptions, the custodian immediately notices her peculiar expression.
ソフィア、42とアブラクサスの調査に行ったはずでは？何かあったの？
Character gestures in the air, her voice shaking.
アブラクサスたちの様子が変なんです。彼らのくちばし、いえ、頭全体が絵の具のように溶け落ちて。
Oil paintings? So does this entire storm have something to do with Isolde and her brother's paintings?
それに42も砂浜で一緒に調査していたら急に
Her words trail beyond the open gate. The screeching of the bird monsters complete her sentence. The others believers appear behind her, shoving Sophia aside as he flails and stumbles into the hall. His face is melting, colorful oil paints forming a puddle on the floor.
真理も超絶も存在しなかったんだ。全ては偽物だ、影だ、火花であり塵ぼこりだ。誰も虚無からは逃れられない。この島は矛盾のうちに滅びる運命なんだ。
And if people weren't shitting themselves enough before? Pretty sure this is going to light up a fire under their asses.
これがこの時代のストーム症候群の症状。
42、その顔。
Completely disregarding those around him, he burst into maniacal laughter, casting an arcane glow into his palms. He jumps onto a seat and knocks over a row of torches.
ミス888、意思疎通は諦めた方がいい。私たちに任せて。
Okay, looks like for this story the suggested level is still E250. But yeah, I guess we're going with Wingsong and Dilla for this one.
豆を食べたのは誰？
あなた今までにないやつだな。歯の役に
First thing she talks about is a draining module. Let's go. As far as I know, she's like a piston that gains sentience. Then said piston was moved from body to body until she got a proper form, which is now her human one. Hey boss, good evening. Oh hey Hino, welcome. How are things going?
おっと、機材に触れるな。
失礼いりません。手段あなたの勇気にあなたの努力を称賛します。探しましょう。共に帰るべき場所を。恐れるものはない。鱗のご加護です。
Also, I love that their attacks are basically just a copy-paste, or at least are on the same level as 37. So we're giving you one Moxie. These skills we're not going to touch, we're going to cast these next turn. Head, shoulder pain problems. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hopefully that goes away soon. Or at least it only takes like a little bit of a cream to go away. Because yeah, when it comes to Winsong, the one thing I actually didn't notice is the fact that all you need to cast when she got her ultimate up is her ultimate. After you cast her ultimate, all these skills on precast, all these skills following them up are going to be transformed into single target hits and cast automatically. I've gotten her very recently, but still, this is one hell of an insane unit. Yeah, that was 4 follow-up attacks from her, and every follow-up attack gives a stack of Eureka up to 37. It's absolutely crazy. Surprised this game has no dice, then skill card mechanics. Oh yeah, no, the characters are fairly simple. Each one of them has like 2 or 3 passives and 3 skill cards. 1 for the ultimate, 2 for their character skills. You can have 3 to 4 characters in your team, and the skills have 3 different levels that they get buffed up to. Pretty basic, pretty simple, but once you start getting into the more complex fights with extra passive, extra mechanics, like specific buffs for specific type of units, things can get quite fun too. Ritu lies motionless on the floor, his face still a mess of colorful paint. Fear and uncertainty quickly rise around him.
信じられん。エマネーションは過去8回もあったが、こんなことは一度もなかった。
実に無意味な機能法だ。紫色の牛を一度も見たことがないとしても、それが存在しない証明にはならないだろう。
Also, I swear, the entire point of 210 is to be a complete idiot. All he does is try and sow dissent between people.
軍隊といいエマネーションといい、異邦人が島に来てからろくなことがないわ。どちらにせよ、財団とマヌス・ベンデッタのどちらかに責任を取ってもらわないと。
37と0もそうだ。アペイロンのお怒りを買うなど、聖地で一体何をしたんだ。
私。
Wait, they actually know that Vertin is numbered 0?
37は何もしてない。マヌス・ベンデッタの仕業だ。彼らは腕輪の協定を破り、自爆奇襲という形で君たちの聖地に侵入した。
ならばどちらも同罪だ。彼らは命を代償にしたが、お前たちは今ものうのうと生きている。そうだろう。
We just went there to learn the truth. No less, no more.
42の変異はエマネーションによるものだと言ったが、お前たちのアルカナムではないという確
Just
証は
found
ない。
out how needlessly complicated the Celeste M3 fight is, where you're only allowed to clear this deck twice per turn. You cannot clear it as much as you like in one turn. Which one was Celeste's? Yes, no, this spell should be from the light one. I don't actually remember. Again, I've just been farming that thing with a one-turn setup, bursting it down, so... The raid mechanics actually didn't matter all that much.
金色の採取器具が入っていた。財団はここで何を採取するつもりだったんだ。
それは
From the other side of the hall comes a soft chuckle. Arcana is enjoying this a bit too much.
素晴らしいわ、ベルティ。もっと語り、もっと励みなさい。そなたがどう変化するのか見せてちょうだい。
静粛に。
The gavel slams down with a heavy, undeniable thud. The host of the assembly rises to his feet, his face unusually grave.
議論は終わりとする。一度も合意まで達したことがない。今は無駄な言い争いより、島の状況を整理する方が重要だ。民会はこれにて終了。聖パブロフ財団と マヌス・ベンデッタの対処については双方直ちに島を立ち去れ。
I think we would actually love to. We have been trapped in here. The decision is clear and final. As the number of reconciliation, Six has been mindful to use his unilateral authority. Yet there are no objections this time. The hall falls into a silence that demands a decision. What to do? I'm pretty sure accepting Six's verdict means we're just going to get thrown into the sea, so let's wait for Arcana. Leaving the island would be a huge loss. The discussion about the storm has only just begun, and the depths of the cave is yet to be explored. Worst of all, the leader of Manus Vindicta, she can't be left here with the School of Aperion. Will she accept the verdict? Will she appeal? Just what exactly is she after? That's a 8-0-sum game, where the first one to react is more likely to lose. The best course of action is to wait.
もちろん皆の意見を尊重するわ。
私も同意します。
Made a team where its full-on echoes burst nearby doing 90 hits plus normal total. Only getting around 400k stacks and bonus honors. But that should be more than enough for you to guarantee the blue chest, and as long as you get the blue chest, you're done farming those raids. Also, how are you not hitting 10k each skill cast from her ult? Sad to see. She's level 30. I'm not getting my characters up to level 60 yet. I haven't found any reason to do so, and I still need a crap ton of money in order to keep on leveling up more units. She casually agrees, just as she did when asked to pledge on the stone bangles.
ただ少々気がかりなのは、わらわとベルティがいなくなればそなたらへの援助はなくなるけれど、どうするおつもりかしら。
お気遣いに感謝。我々を守る縁は何らかの妨害を受けたようですが、あくまで
Fair
現象
enough,
界
but
でいう
mine
雨に
was
過ぎま
20
せん。
when she was deleting the world. I don't know, dude. Might be buffs, might be debuffs, might be enemy resistances. There's a lot of different factors that go into this.
我々は定規を握る者。これによって遠心がずれることもなければ、形が歪むこともない。
Six bends down, laying his head on 42's forehead.
までんあが
アルカナムでストームの症状を消した？
And he's just given you a very good reason for sticking around.
こんなことがありえるの？
The leader straightens up, looking as composed as ever.
40には知識による浄化が必要なだけです。そしてそれはこの島も同じ。今回の件は我々で解決できます。先ほどの判決に変更はありません。ミスあるかな？どうかご理解を。
His tone is cold, leaving no room for negotiation.
わかっているわ。そなたらにはそなたらの規則がある。でも出発をするには少し時間が必要よ。特にこんな悪天候ともなるとね。ベルティも異論はないでしょ。
Oh, she's a clever one. Still, on the bright side, they're just not throwing us at sea. It is a reasonable request, and her expression is nothing but decent and sincere.
この砂時計の砂がすべて落ちるまで2時間ほど猶予を与えましょ
ありがとうございます。
The decision is met with no further objection from the people. Six puts away the hourglass and looks at the silent audience.
最後に、私もある物語を思い出しました。この事件の締めくくりとして、そしてミス・アルカナが共有してくれた物語への答えとして共有しましょう。
光栄だわ。
The leader raises his hands and faces the people.
その縁に関する伝説については私も耳にしたことがありました。ですがその話には続きがあります。その物語では人々は自然を恐れ自然に抗い自然から逃げました。ですが我々の先祖は自然に目を向けました。自然もその崇高さと寛大さをもって我々を受け入れてくれたのです。完璧な融合が果たされ縁は対立と拮抗を示すものではなくなりました。我々はアポロンの啓示を浴び調和と静けさが同居する砂浜を歩くことで知識の昇華と魂の共振を得ることができました。そのおかげで我々は恐怖を克服し無知から脱し万物の形と本質を見ることができるようになったのです。これが古典的なものの物語。調和の勇気、平和の決意、献身の精神、どれも反抗や疑いより気高きものです。以上、解散。
待って。
Of course, someone had to interject. A clear voice rings across the hall, stopping Six in his tracks. Her robe flutters as she stands up on the high podium.
私が縁を修復する。888の言う通りアペイロンを怒らせたし、その責任はきちんと取るよ。もう一度聖地に行ってアペイロンの試練を受けるよ。グノーシスの神聖なる光を我々に分け与えてもらえるように。犯した罪は自分で償うって約束する。
Six turns around, his eyes meeting the gaze of the determined star.
試練の合格者が出たのは3世紀も前だ。37。君は試練に打ち勝たずとも別の方法でこの島を浄化できることを知っているのか？
うん。
ではアペイロンの試練に脱落した者がどうなるのか知っているか？
うん。
ならばいいだろう。
He leaves, ignoring the murmurs of shock. Looks like we're setting up yet another big boss fight. The gavel is thus brought down. The long debate has finally come to an end. Because last one it was the baby-faced monster inside the cave. This time looks like we're going up to Hyperion.
"本部より通達がありました。今回のストームの臨界点はウィーンとのことです。
And yeah, it is the Vienna storm. Chief Assistant puts down Mrs. Radio and turns around with a somber expression.
今回のストーム症候群は顔面の油彩化だそうで、身体に広がる症状も数件見受けられます。また戦争愛などのヒステリー症状を伴うそうです。
Yeah, the delirium is something we've also seen in both of the other storms that we faced too.
発生原因は1929年とよく似ています。マヌス・ベンデッタが引き起こした国際情勢への衝撃が時代崩壊を加速させたようです。
この時代は
The color of the sky has changed. The storm syndrome has finally reached the island. No one on the team caught it yet, but that could soon change.
こんなのあんまりだ。
With a bag filled with alchemy materials over her shoulders, the young pirate remains spirited despite a week in the underground captivity.
せっかくストームの影響を受けない土地を見つけたかと思ったのに、空気が抜けたボールみたいにあっさり無効化しちゃってさ。もう少しここに残ってアブラクサスが吐き捨てた錬金素材とか聖典の切れ端とか回収しようと思ってたのに。くそ、おかしいだろ、科学的にありえない。それはアルカナムだから仕方ないのではないでしょうか。
正確には完全に無効化したわけではなく衰弱しているんだと思う。今のところストーム症候群の影響を受けるのは砂浜のみで、電動車の間付近はまだ安全だよ。
I probably should have tried and push Six for a little bit, try and understand how he could even just undo the effects of the storm. Because they claim they have a method to save the entire island. And the same method could be used for basically the rest of the world.
でもその縁がいつ縮まるかわからねえだろ。まるでゼノミリタリーの生存模擬試験だな。
私とソネットはこの島全体が何らかの大型アルカナム人に覆われてると推測してた。島の衰弱はそれに関わってるのかも。具体的な原理はまだわからないけど。
でもきっと何か方法があるよな。あの髪型がロックスターみたいな教師が何とかしてくれるんだろう。
民会の後、彼は全ての整数を集めてた。浄化儀式の準備をしてたんだと思う。37も試練に挑むと言ってたし、教団には十分な手段があるはず。
属性から隔離された純血アルカニスト集団は大抵が秘伝の儀式を持っております。アペイロン教団に伝わる真理は理知的なものですが、その教義は宗教的なもの。彼らのアルカナムの伝承は後者に関係しているのかもしれません。
へえ、それが本当なら実に神秘的だな。まさか全員部屋に引きこもって数学の問題でも解くんじゃないだろうな。
Vampire Girl is going to go cute, beautiful. I would roll for her for that alone. Vampire Girl was free. It was the very first screen that I got when I logged in.
そんなことより、ベルティ。
Again, the issue is going to be building her. Because I've been very strapped with materials.
ミスター6は2時間の猶予をくれた。つまりストームのカウントダウンが20になる前に島を離れなくてはならないということ。
それまでその腕輪の効果は切れないってことか？
腕輪の力をはっきりと感じる。
Yeah, working around this thing is also going to be fairly
ハルカナ
difficult.
と対立することを考えただけで
Yes, basically she made a pact with the Hyperion to not attack or not get into combat with Manus Vindicta while they're on the island. But it's something that's a little bit more easier said than done. That if she were to attack Arcana, if Arcana were to attack her, they would basically kill each other due to these damn bangles.
こうなったらこの2時間で計画を実行するしかねえな。計画？何の？このまま撤退するんじゃないのか？
Of course not. They have way too many important answers on this island for us to leave.
すみません。離れていたせいで情報の共有ができていませんでしたね。簡単に説明すると、
どこに行くの？
The sudden appearance of the girl startles the crowd. 37 stands there with a curious look on her face.
ミス37。私たちは
There's probably no need to try and hide anything. She's going to be very likely on board with whatever we want to do.
どうやってここを離れるか話し合ってたんだ。
そうそう、あんたらは一刻も早く追い払いたいだろうけど、こっちには船と呼べるものすらないからな。ベルティがたった今、私らを全員スーツケースに詰めて映画界を泳いで渡ろうとしてたとこなんだ。なあ、ベルティ。
Regulus squints and eagerly pokes her elbow in.
それ素晴らしいアイデアね。なら砂浜の北側にある崖から南向きの海域に飛び込むといいよ。あそこは伝道者の間の接戦場にあるから無事に目的地までたどり着けるはず。
Are you here to help or are you here to troll? She nods confidently, fully convinced of her own conclusion.
入水のベスト地点まで案内するよ。その前にベルティには一緒に来てもらいたいところがあるの。
どこ？
あそこ以外ないでしょ？
She extends her hand with a light and happy tone.
唯一無二のゼロとして一緒にアペイロンに会いに行くんだよ。
37を探しに行かなくていいの？倒れてからずっとつきっきりだったのに。
In the darkness, the figure trembles ever so slightly. She tries to steady herself.
わからない。
Dude, this poor girl has been conflicted for years at this point. She's also an inhabitant of the island, but she refuses to learn her own number, which is why she goes by Sophia. What's worse is that 37 can actually read people's numbers, so 37 knows what her real name would be.
わからないの。37が試練に挑むのに、私は何の力にもなれない。
She looks down, trying her best to press her shaking hands together.
ただ祈るしかなくて、あの子が成し得たいこと、成し得ねばならないことを、私は何一つ知らない。今まで、そうだったように。
心配しすぎよ。37は無事に戻ってくるわ。あの子は真理に愛された子だもの。
わかっているわ。でも。
Sophia lets out a long, helpless sigh and buries her face deep into her palms.
それでも、 あの子はただの人。怪我もすれば血も流れる。死ぬことだって。
She avoids looking at the beach, seeing it as a battlefield where she lacks the skills to engage.
ミス・マーサー、あなたはまだ教団に入ったばかりで、アペイロンの試練が何を意味するのか知らないでしょう。神社が推測を立て、完璧な証明をもとに定規によって作られた宝園に建築物を築き、人の司る領域を定めるというものよ。でも本質の領域では私たちに決定権はない。そのため神殿の前でひざまずき、正確かどうか尋ねるの。洞窟の残響がはいかいいえで答えてくれるわ。
それが6の言っていたアペイロンへの証明。
The corrector nods, knowing her friend has a natural talent for this.
人の本質となる数字の検証はとても簡単よ。起こった出来事の真偽を検証することも容易だわ。でもアペイロンの試練は違う。試練の合格者は万物を超越した真理を得る。一方脱落者は恐ろしい代価を支払うことになるであろう。
Yeah, but 37 is going in there with Vertin, so they're going to be fine.
何事にも限度というものがあるわ。自身の限度を超えるものに手を伸ばす者は、そのため魂と体を融合させ、万物が限界を超えないよう全力を尽くすとともに畏敬を抱かねばならない。無限は私たちが踏み込んでいい領域ではないわ。それは古く謎めいた語れぬもののものであり、私たちはそれを仰ぎ祈り崇拝するしかない。だけど今37はあのお方の扉を叩き、超越した真理の共有を願おうとしている。もし失敗し、
She can't go on.
もっといい方法を知っていたら、あの子の身代わりになれたら。でも彼女でないとダメなの。37にしかなし得ない。
これは完璧な回よ。これで私たちの問題が全て解決されるはず。
She's absolutely not worried. Like at all.
アペイロンは合格者の問いに一つ答えてくれるんだよ。
But it's still up in the air with an if I pass the test, but she doesn't look worried at
どん
all.
な疑問も聞けるの。少なくともママはそう言ってた。
37 nods with confidence.
エマネーションのことも現象界の紛争のことも、ここの危機だってすぐに解決法を知ることができるんだよ。6も私の提案を認めてくれたの。だから。
ちょっと待った。あたしらの舵取りを連れて行こうったってそうはいかないぞ。その儀式それなりにリスクがあるんだろ。もしベルティが戻ってこれなかったら、あたしらをこの島から連れ出す奴がいなくなっちゃうじゃないか。
え？私にとっては確かに危険だけど、ゼロは別よ。ゼロにどんな数字をかけてもゼロだもん。
Are you actually saying that Vertin, because she's Zero, she's going to be immune to a god's power? That sounds like a bit of a stretch.
その点はすでに検証済みよ。
おい、そんなの理由になるか。それに、
Not gonna lie, 37 seems like the convenient character people is forced with the antagonist to die vibe. I don't think so.
大丈夫だよ、
Hey.
ネグルス。
They've already pulled this thing
多分本当に影響はない
once
と思う。
with Schneider back in the first part of the game. I don't think they're going to repeat the same thing now.
でも君たちにとっては大事な儀式だよね。私は教団に入る誓いを立ててない
But
けど、
what's weird
いいね。
is that the storm of this era is also affecting people in the Foundation, because we've seen the some of the workers, some of the engineers from Lucy's own team disappearing, and Lucy should be locked in the Foundation, which, just like this island, should be immune to the storm.
うん。それはどうでもいいの。
She gently shakes her head in determination.
神殿に入ったら絶対に振り返らないこと。真理を追い求める道中では諦める素振りを見せてはいけないから。前に
What if the god
私た
tries
ち
to
が
divide
検証してる
Vertin?
時邪魔
Then
が
the
入
god
っちゃったで
itself
しょ。
might be divided by Zero.
あなたは何も聞けず、私も
It's
答
going
え
to
を得られ
error
な
up
かっ
and
た。
blue screen.
私はもう問う必要がなくなったから。
She bites her lip, holding her own arms tight.
あなたたちは正しかったんだよ。現象界の混乱は本質に影響を及ぼす。ここでの出来事と今回のエマネーションで全て証明された。私はただもっと知りたかっただけ。あなたもそうでしょ？他のみんなにも伝えるよ。そしてみんなを説得する。だってこれは正しいことなんだから。
大丈夫です、タイムキーパー。撤退の準備は私とミス・リーリャにお任せください。
そうだそうだ、本部への連絡なんて誰がやったって同じだろ。
わかった、行こう。その前にもう一つだけ質問がある。
何？
A golden opportunity has arisen. This could be a chance to level the playing field against Manus
アペイ
Vindicta.
ロンは合格者の問いに答えてくれると言ったね。じゃあもしもその問いがストームの免疫を得る方法だとしても答えてくれる
？Yeah, but you don't know what sort of test it is. And so far, Vertin 2 has failed a couple of tests within this area already.
見る目がないクソったれどもが、愚かで視野の狭い人間主義者野郎。お前ら全員狂ってる。おかしいのはお前らだ。俺の証明こそが正しい。俺の証明を証明してやる。
くそ、仮面の影響を受けすぎだ。早くマシューをリハビリセンターへ連れ戻せ。
The researcher's arm flamed wildly as he stumbles across the shiny silver floor, adding more to the chaos. Amidst the mayhem, a bottle of alcohol on the ground bursts into a bright blue flame. And then, two metal feet stomp across the fire without hesitation.
進展は？
Now, honestly, she's really hot, but as a robot, she really didn't need all that.
解読術の専門家を集めましたが、今のところ進展どころか術を唱えても何の反応もありません。いかなる言語にも当てはまらず、通常の綴り字のような規則性もない。呪文の写し間違いだと疑うものも少なくありません。この報告書はベテランではなく、新入りの調査員が自らのアルカナムを用いて。
A researcher one sounds like a cheap voice actor. I wonder how difficult it is to sound bad by direction. I don't know, like, DVA is usually on point. If anything, it falls a little bit when it comes to secondary characters, but sometimes it's barely noticeable. The door is pushed open. The spacious room is now packed with people. They're all gathered around the radio on the table.
ミス・マーカス、あなたが聞いた呪文は確かに報告書に書いた通りで間違いありませんか？
Okay, Marcus is one of the operatives that went to Vienna to try and investigate the possible storm.
もう一度確認しますが、あなたは純血のアルカニストが用いたアルカナムの中でアルカナが術を発動する場面を見たと間違いありませんか？
はい、正確にはミス・カカニアの鏡アルカナムに映ったマヌス・ベンデッタの元メンバーイゾルデの記憶で見たものです。
そのイゾルデというものの記憶が正しいものだと保証できますか？
いいえ。
ミス・カカニアの鏡に映る内容が客観的かつ真実であり、いかなる脚色もないと保証できますか？
わかりま
せん。自身の閲読アルカナムが正確かつ公正であり、記録時に誤差は一切生じないと保証できますか？
わかりません。
Oh, poor little one, they're really putting her on the spot. Yeah, basically she can read people's past, and she managed to see some of what's going on right now into the memories of the opera singer Isolde, who was getting sort of corrupted by Manus Vindicte, but then recruited with a lot of air quotes, basically captured and imprisoned by the Foundation in order to receive treatment and get better. She was going absolutely crazy.
彼女が呪文を唱える声を聞きました。言語はわかりませんでしたが、私が記した発音記号に誤りはありません。
落ち着いてください。あくまで当時の状況を把握したいだけですから。財団より特別行動班をウィーンに派遣しました。呪文に関与するアルカニスト2名を本部へ連行してください。
わかりました。
The call ends. The liaison removes the headset. The result is far from ideal. Her face is pale, as lifeless as the mechanical colleagues.
そんなわけわかんねえもんの解読ができると思ってんのか？
A sarcastic voice cuts through the air as a man pushes through the front.
これも古の奇跡、救いの魔能は。エウナセイコ、アトゥーナサイコ。アルカナムの現像で見たアルカニストの記憶にあるアルカナムを、アルカナムで閲読してよこした意味不明な呪文。
Yeah, the incantation that might save everyone is basically has basically been turned into a game of telephone with at least 3 different people.
謎に満ちた4次方程式。素晴らしいじゃねえか。それを客観的に再現だ。仮にグノーシスの信頼性が交差検証法で証明できたとして、それが4回もできるのであれば、なんで未だに科学に頼ってんだ？俺らはなんでここにいる？サルどもにタイプライターでシェイクスピアでも書かせてりゃいいだろう。 アドラー？君は解読班のリストに載っていないはず。
私が呼んだ。人間とはいえ暗号学においては優秀な実績を収めているわ。
ですが。
The man takes a grim step forward.
なぜ俺を呼ばない？姉さん、グレタ・ホフマンのせいか。
Who was Greta? Oh, right, Hoffman was the other agent that was accompanying Marcus in her exploration in Vienna. Sadly, Hoffman isn't really alive anymore.
気高く献身的な精神を持った調査員の姉さんが人類の神聖なる使命のために命と引き換えに雨の中から手に入れた術だからか。おっと、忘れてた。持ち帰ったのは姉さんじゃなくてその生徒だったな。
あなたはまだ正式な班員ではないわ。いつでも解任できるのよ。
解任？なぜ？俺には姉さんの死因を知る権利がある。
Yeah, but being this mad in a time of need, not really helpful.
まあいい。ほら解けよ。その謎に満ちた4次方程式を。どんな結果が得られるかな。救い？それとも虚無か。
He leaves sneering, waving the note with the phonetic spelling in his hand. Farce is finally over. The room is at peace again. The cryptography team turns to the robot, awaiting her instructions.
解読を続けなさい。すべての可能性を一つ残らず試すまで。このストーム免疫の呪文が無効だとは断言できないわ。それから。
She calmly turns her head.
ハドラー・ホフマンを解読班のリストに加えなさい。
The cryptography lead hesitates for a moment, surprised. Nevertheless, he nods and quickly leaves the room. The phone on the wall, used for internal communication, begins to ring.
はい、こちらストーム観測研究センターです。わかりました。ミス・ルーシーにお伝えします。
The liaison puts down the phone and turns to the robot, a flicker of panic in her face.
何事？
リハビリセンターより連絡が。ベンデッタの仮面についてです。直接見に行かれた方がよろしいかと。
Oh no, it's an I think you should go take a look at this cliché. They have screens, they have computers, why would she need to go there in person?
教えていただけますか？
The already narrow corridor is now filled with security guards. The room they're guarding is heavily secured, isolated behind 3 layers of tempered glass. A patient sits in the room with a mask on his face.
あの声が小さなつぶやきのようなうごめくような恐ろしいささやきが頭の中で鳴り響くんだ。
Yeah, these are the masks that Manusving Dicte uses on civilians to make them go crazy.
伝えたし書き出しもした。それをヒステリー病だと決めつけやがって。
それで仮面をつけたのですね。
そうだ、俺の仮説を実証するためにな。それでこのざまだ。かつてないほどはっきりとあの声が脳裏に響くんだ。それは俺を誘惑し、俺に近い対象に思考を奪っていく。あのお方の慈悲深き声、唯一無二の母なる声を聞け。
His nails dig deep into his palms as if fighting an overwhelming impulse.
今なら最高の論文が書ける気がする。
母とは誰のことですか？
She is answered by a loud crash. The researcher throws himself against the glass, grasping in horror and scratching helplessly at the surface.
ダメだ、これ以上は言えん。奴らは俺に気づいたようだ。こちらに向かってきてる。早く俺を殺せ。
It's too late to beg for mercy. His scream is abruptly silenced, and his head explodes open behind the glass barrier. What the hell? Amidst this splatter of blood and brain, a new being emerges from the remnants of his flesh. That's how they spawn? The alarm blares loudly. A Manus follower wriggles up from the bloody floor, holding a triangle in hand. He lets out a loud cry, reminiscent of a newborn's first wail. The liaison ends the call, cutting off the horrid sounds on the other end of the phone.
直ちに仮面に関する研究を打ち切りなさい。
What did I? You really need to make shorts, even if it's 1 minute only. It's going to be very difficult to try and recap this story in 1 minute. 1 minute sound bites, basically.
すべての用具を永久に封印して、また今回の事件を一部省略して全員に通達。決しそれから現場の処理もしておいて。
了解しました。
The airlock door hisses open. A squad of armed guards storms into the room under the cover of the sleeping gas. On the other side of the glass, the robot turns away from the scene, categorizing yet another set of Storm's research data as irrelevant and filing it away as waste in her memory.
また方向を間違えてしまったわ。
I mean, sure, she's a robot, but one of her researchers just died. And didn't just die, he got his own head exploded, for fuck's sake. Okay, this one wants to attack twice, but I'm not sure if we can actually one-shot it. Especially not with counters. Employer of the year. Yeah, she just doesn't care. Okay, 2 more follow-up attacks.
キチの簡単だよ。もう一杯いかが？うんうん。あなたたちは無理数なの？うん。そこよ。
And we avoid yet another double attack.
参ったね。大丈夫。キチの。緊張しないで。簡単だよ。素晴らしい論証だね。無駄な抵抗はおやめなさい。あなたたちは無理数なの？この子たち、財団の生徒よりずっと手に負えませんね。
And yeah, going from 60 to 80 mats per mission means you basically get... Oh no, it's 1 every 3. It's still 1 pool every 3. To all members involved in Storm research, Manus Vindicte masks are now considered extremely dangerous and no research value. And of no research value. All related research and experimentation must cease immediately. In addition, if any members become irrationally agitated, display an abnormal hatred towards humanity, and believe they hear a soft, seductive female voice that is not there, nearby personnel should immediately evacuate the area and contact the nearest security officer. They have to actually specify a soft, seductive female voice. So this one might actually just be Arcana, enchanting the masks, so that they can be even more tempting for people. News from the front lines. The esteemed Mrs. Greta Hoffman, a valiant fighter for the human advancement, has tragically lost her life during a storm investigative mission. Investigator Marcus has successfully relayed vital information and is waiting for support on site. A special operation team has been dispatched post-haste. Please resume work status after reading this report and observing a 3 seconds moment of silence. Not even a minute? Dude, people are ruthless in here, Jesus. Examining the storm is a daunting task that requires careful consideration. This is why it's wise to document every potential clue here for future reference. Okay, this is just going to be a little bit of a recap for all the items that we're going to get. And looks like there's going to be quite a lot of them too. Pride and Prejudice. This place is more and more reminding me of Lob Corp. Have you played the game or are you not? As they can be extremely ruthless. Back in the mission where we went to explore Vertin's past, we've learned that they actually let some kids do their own little insurrection to try and get free of the Foundation school. But Vertin is the only one that survived that little insurrection. The others were actually just let go out in a storm, and they were basically turned into nothingness as the world traveled back in time. The reason why Vertin is, well, kind of traumatized, it's because she basically led her friends to die like that, through a storm. And the Foundation knew and let that happen. So on one side, yeah, they're trying to work on the sake, for the sake of humanity, so that the storms can stop appearing. But on the other, nothing else outside of that research matters. And any method to forward that research is going to be completely valid and accepted. An unknown incantation, a mask that has proven to be extremely dangerous. These are the only leads that they currently have on the storm. Her metallic fingers picks up another stack of files. These are the test results of the Manus mask, confirming the presence of asymmetrical nuclide R. The robot studies them carefully. The slit on her face pulses in contemplation.
シモーネ、タイムキーパーに頼んだ採取作業の進展は？
今のところ何も。島の住民は財団に不信感を抱いており、以前の収集以降、単独行動ができないものとみられます。ですが、1時間前に来た最後の連絡では、再度地底へ向かうとの報告がありました。それと、伝言が一つ。島のストーム保護区域が縮小しているようだと。あのエデンは、絶対的なものではない模様です。
そう。
Robot did not put on a face today. Simone can only read her mood from the narrow slit.
何か気づいたことがおありで？
無関係だったのよ。仮面と呪文。 どちらもベンデッタのものではあるけど関係性がないの。
She moves the sealed Menus mask aside.
仮にウィーンの調査員が報告した内容が全て正しいのなら、一つ疑問が残るわ。アルカナはなぜその仮面をイゾルデとその兄に与えなかったのかしら。
マーカス調査員の報告は極めて不完全なものでした。そのため当時の状況を推測するのは困難かと。
不完全な報告は不必要な仮説よ。私たちは得た情報で結論を導き出すしかないのだから。事実、彼女は見事に仕事を成し遂げたわ。私たちは皆、これも古の奇跡、救いの魔の輪を聞いた。
The robot extends her head, drawing an imaginary circle in the air.
ベンデッタの指導者は奇跡を見せようとしていた。この仮面は奇跡とは言えない。ただの道具であり、服従した信者を選別し操るもの。マシューは自らそれを証明したのよ。でもこの縁は別物。
その術式は仮面よりもはるかに深い存在だと？
The robot nods approvingly.
でも確証がない。
Little post need to come bath. Hey, thanks for coming by and see you later. Have a nice meal.
ウィーンの調査員は完璧に仕事をこなしてくれたわ。これで仮面に研究価値がないと実証された。仮面のストーム免疫はあまたある性能のうちの一つで甘い誘惑に過ぎないと。あまりにも副作用が激しすぎる。たとえ仕組みを理解したところで同僚に使うことはできないわ。
She picks up the script.
この呪文が本物であると実証されれば、プロメーテウスが盗んだ火種を見つけたと同然。
Don't forget to remind the viewers to like your live. Don't waste a good opportunity. I guess so. And subscribe. I never took the habit of saying that. Sometimes I remind myself, sometimes I put it in some videos, but I find it kind of annoying when other people do it, so I tend not to do it myself either.
これ以上研究を続けたところで無意味だ。何？
The room is cluttered with all sorts of sophisticated equipment. The floor is littered with scrap paper. The researchers haven't lifted their heads or taken a break for quite some time. The cryptography lead stares at Enigma, a fresh cup of coffee in his hand. His patient is wearing thin as the metaphorical string labeled tolerance in his mind is finally about to snap.
どういう意味だ？この作業が無意味だと？君椅子に座って何分経った？入れたてのコーヒーすら冷めてないってのに。
Aren't you a robot? Why would you need coffee? The cryptographer solemnly hands the lead a stack of papers from his desk.
俺は時間を費やす研究法は使わない。こんなのは簡単な演劇でできる。今ある情報だけじゃ解読は無理だ。俺たちにできることは膨大な書類からその言語もしくは暗号文を探し出すだけ。たとえ見つけたとてそれを検証できる者などいない。この方向から突破するのは不可能。
ああ、そうかよ。
Across the room, a man stands up abruptly from his chair, clenching a pen in his hand.
何をもってその結論に至ったんだ？この呪文の原理を理解できたのか？
アルカナムを理解する必要はない。あくまでも基本的な推理だ。これは
つまりお前は理解しようとすらしなかったわけだ。気高い人間としての立場から結論付け、我々の努力を全て否定したってわけだな。お前何様のつもりだ。
Before anyone can react, the researcher lunges at Enigma and punches him in the face.
は？
Enigma brings a hand up to his cheek, looking more confused than angry.
マシューの言う通りだ。お前らは傲慢で間抜けで愚かでクソったれで、お前らのような自己中な人間主義者はもううんざりだ。さっさと地獄に落ちろ。
And someone sounds mad. The researcher snarls, brandishing his pen like a soldier brandishing a dagger. Much to his frustration, his wing loses power midair, and another casualty of the neck and shoulder pain that plagues the office. Enigma narrowly avoids the attack, bewildered by the turn of events.
大げさな。俺はただ成果を伝えただけで。クソ、ベンデッタの仮面のせいだ。もっと早く気づくべきだった。マシューと同じ実験室にいたんだ。きっと彼も仮面に接触して。
Also, I love how they made the expression liquid in his head look like ferrofluid.
いやいや、ウィリアムズの数値は全て正常だろう。副作用に潜伏期なんてあるのか。君の前で取り乱すほどだぞ。ありえない話でもないだろう。待てウィリアムズ、そのコヌイ5型自動機を下ろせ。それはストームの発生後に残った世界で最後の一台なんだぞ。
He's met with a guttural growl, followed by a deafening crash of metal against the wall. The machine whizzes past his head and shatters to pieces on impact. The cryptography lead can feel his sanity teetering on the brink. He staggers towards the door, frantically smacking the big red button on the wall.
警備員、緊急事態だ。早く来てくれ。
Yeah, 20 hours until the storm and people are losing their mind.
口内鏡検査を始めましょう。
No surprises here.
大丈夫。
もう一杯今年の新酒よ。そこよ。洗剤1号よ。見つけた。キッチン簡単だよ。もう一杯いかが。うんうん。交点からの切断。うん。早く終わらせましょう。そこよ。
A bit too much healing on end. Way too much healing on end. Sadly, nothing to merge.
緊張しない
今年の新酒よ。
無駄な抵抗はおやめなさい。
見つけた。本質に勝るものなし。これはそう外周一色よ。
But yeah, I'm not expecting the fights in the early stages of the new story quest to be any difficult. If anything, we might see something a little bit harder once we get to the second half, and of course the last
ウィリアムズは
boss.
すでに拘束されましたし、彼が壊したコヌイ5型自動機も大した使い道はありませんでした。
そう。損失を最小限に抑えられてよかったわ。
Lucy turns off the screen in front of her and turns around.
まだそこに立っているということは、他にも報告があるのかしら。
In a secluded area of the hallway, an emotionally charged complaint is about to take place. The cryptography lead tries to keep his voice low, looking completely disheveled from the turmoil he has just endured.
ウィリアムズの件はあくまで事故ですが、それよりも問題が大きいのはアドラーの方です。失礼ながら、未だになぜ彼を加入させたのか理解できません。計算科学研究センターへの功績は認めますが、それは8年も前のことです。今の彼は言うなれば、しみったれた敗北主義者であり、さらにはれっきとした人間主義者でもあります。
Oh, they actually confirm it is ferrofluid.
アルカナムを知ろうともしない。未だにストーム前の世界に浸って、それが泥酔と化した現実を見ようともしません。そんなものが術式解読に役立つとお思いですか？
The robot senses his doubt and frustration. There may be more sentiments and underlying issues at play. She pauses for a moment before answering, as if deep in thought.
つまり、ハドラー・ホフマン研究員は行動能力を失ったわけではないと。
はい？ええ。ただ拳を食らっただけで、ほんの少しかすり傷ができたくらいです。
ならいいわ。では、他に報告は
Robot waits 5 seconds for an answer, but no one comes. It must be the social cue that it's her turn to speak.
アルカナムを理解していないからこそ、人間の観点からアルカナムの効果を見極めることができる。研究を私たちの望む方向へと導いてくれるのよ。それに、この術式を応用する相手がアルカニストとは限らないわ。この世に生きる人間も同じく救わないといけないのだから。
The cryptography lead tries to argue further, but Lucy is certain the issue has been sufficiently addressed.
時間は限られているの。あなたの市場と人種間の衝突ですでに2分37秒も使ってしまった。彼が務めに消極的なら解読班からの脱退を命じるといいわ。それはあなたの仕事よ。あら。
From the other end of the corridor, the subject of their argument approaches, looking deeply upset and clutching a stack of papers. Clearly, he has heard every word they just said.
まだ動けるようで嬉しいわ、アドラー。何か報告でも
Their eyes meet, making both of them squirm uncomfortably. This is undoubtedly one of the most awkward moments in both of their careers. After a prolonged silence, Ulrich steps back and walks away. Without even looking back at him, Enigma begins his report in a low voice.
先の見えないことに時間を費やすのはうんざりだ。仮面の研究のせいで、すでに何人もの同僚が狂ってるんだぞ。まずはこれを見な。
He hands the stack of files to Lucy.
今やってる研究が無意味だと論理的に証明したものだ。あの呪文の短さじゃ、暗号学を用いて解読するのは無理だ。つまり現状、書籍、埃がかぶった写本、遺跡の石碑、どこぞの強大なアルカミストの記録が
Really?
掃除の記録を一つずつ
I
探
didn't even
すしか
check
ない。
DVA for this.
見つけたところで実証はできない。俺たちの中にその術式を使える者はいないからな。
The robot remains silent during his pessimistic remarks, flipping through each page of the file.
低ランクのアルカニストに高ランクのアルカナムは使えない。たとえその読み方を覚えて単語の意味を全て把握したとしてもだ。グノーシスってのは道理が通じねえ。理解して使えるようになるもんじゃねえ。直感頼りなんだよ。個人的な経験と能力によって使用の過負荷が決まる。そこに普遍性は一切ない。はっきり言うなら血統の純度によると言っていい。あんたが希望を託すこの術式、奇跡を紡ぐとされる呪文は俺らの認知範囲をはるかに超えた純潔なアルカニスト。
Dude's voice is so unique, it's quite easy to recognize. Sadly, I didn't really watch the anime. I read the manga a little bit, but I eventually stopped that too.
幼稚園の子供にゴールドバッハの予想を答えさせるのと同じようなもんだ。この難題は俺らの能力をはるかに超えてるんだよ。
あなたはアルカニストではないでしょ。なぜ彼らのルールにとらわれる必要があるの？
Well, if he's not an arcanist, wouldn't it be even more difficult for him to try and cast arcane skills? The man is taken aback by her question. It's something he's never considered before.
確かにアルカナムの能力はアルカニストの血統に関係しているわ。その点においてはすでにメディスンポケットから詳しい報告が上がっている。血統の純度と術式能力の関係性があなたの10倍以上の批判的な言論で綴られていた。
ならばその結果を受け入れるだけだ。
Her neck moves subtly, almost like shaking her head.
解読班の中にこの術式を検証できる者がいないことは分かっていたわ。
But surely, within the entirety of the Foundation, there may be some pure-blooded arcanists with a similar level of power. Unless this is basically a Harry Potter and Voldemort situation, where all the pure bloods are on the other side.
今すぐ検証してほしいわけではない。ただ、その可能性を見出してほしいだけ。チームとしてね。
He turns away, repulsed by the idea of a team. Lucy finishes reading the report and hands it back to him.
あなたの推理はとても論理的よ。でも役には立たない。だからこれ返しておくわ。
え？
The glow in her eyes slit is strangely reassuring, almost like a smile. He looks out of the window.
その特有の論理的な思考能力、とても気に入っているわ。でもそれに縛られるべきではないと思うの。
Also, is Lucy wearing an armor or is it a robot? Because the design is goddamn. She's a full robot. Apparently, in this universe, some small robots can gain sentience, and she was born, or at least she gained sentience as a single piston. Eventually, from that little sentient piston, she went on to build her body around her, going from very small machines to animal-looking like machines, like little dogs and whatever, until she eventually got the idea of getting a full human-like body, which is going to help her both assimilate more into human society, as well as being one of the more perfect or adapted forms that she can get. But everything about her is just a man-made machine. Her core, that little piston, is still beating somewhere inside her entire robotic body.
アルカニストの力に限界があるように、ロジックにも限界というものがあるのでは？知識を得る方法はたくさんある。直感的な洞察力、論理的な察知能力、経験による推演、他人からの伝授。あなたたちしかいないわけではないわ。失敗しても。
But yeah, being just a robot, a full robot, again, she didn't really need all that.
今回のストームに間に合わなくても、次のチャンスは必ず訪れる。肝心なのは何もかもを投げ打ってでも前進すること。私たちは必ず有効な道を見つけなければならない。でな。
For once, the researcher does not argue. He whispers as if talking to himself. If one team...
失敗しても他がいるんならなぜグレタじゃなきゃいけなかったんだ。別に論理に反した無意味な質問だ。
It could have been basically everyone from within the Foundation. It just so happened to be Greta.
俺の計算はここまで。他の奴が進展させられるといいな。
The man walks away in anger. But after only a few steps, a question comes to mind.
ちなみに、そこで何を待ってるんだ？部下の文句を聞いてる暇なんてないはずだ。あんたの興味を引くものでもあったのか？まさか、答えに近い奴がすでにいるのか？
And who are you talking to? Because it's not Lucy anymore.
あら、勘違いさせてしまったわね。ただ充電をしていただけ。ここにコンセントがあるでしょ。
Yeah, that's a good excuse. She moves her joint as if standing for so long has stiffened her body.
でも、ここに留まっているのも確かよ。白石の家にいた鳩たちが飛んできたわ。
The sound of flapping wings fills the air. And again, why are you using pigeons to transport data? The researcher is astonished as the creature, with a texture similar to plaster, perches on her metal finger.
素晴らしいわ。限界に最も近いものが我々に有益なものをもたらしてくれた。
Again, the mystery only deepens. It only ever deepens. There's never any answers, there's only more and more damn questions. Investigator Marcus, originating from Romania and conversant in several languages including German and English, has determined that the pronunciation of this spell does not belong to any language she knows, and has therefore provided this spell as a phonetic transcription. A, U, Mi, Ta, Q. Not English, not German, not French, not Romanian, no Spanish, no Chinese, no Russian, nor Polish. Suggestion from Adler, a tune-up psycho. I will smack him later. All incorrect, missing critical information. Rare language, bad language.
この延々と燃え盛っているのは知識欲の炎さ。火を盗もうとするあまたの者がここでコーヒーを飲みながらパスコードの解読を何度も試みた。神はこういう時に限ってケチなのさ。自分の権限を凡人に渡すなど絶対に良しとはしないだろうね。実に客観的な評価だね。朝早くにパン屋さんの開店を待つ習慣がある者たちはいつもそういう。後から来た者がどれほど腹を空かせていようが、優先順位は到着した時間で守られる。そういえば火を盗む者も後を絶たないね。この宇宙服を着た変わり者たちを見てごらん。科学技術を趣味としたボトルとダイオードをいじくり回すアルカニストと未来を見据え奇妙なアイデアばかり出す人間科学者が同じ土俵に立つ。元素、雷、原子、これら単語のアルカナム由来などもう忘れているだろうね。それこそが進歩なのさ。火を盗む者たちは時間の流れが前進する限り科学革命が何度も起こると信じてる。第4回。せっかちだね。今のはほんの序章に過ぎない。ところがはもうすぐ現れるよ。突然の雨が人々の情熱をかき消した。3.5 インチのディスクと賢い頭が浸水しちまったのさ。
Right, one weird thing is that we haven't seen Semmelweis yet. I think she was mentioned somewhere at the end of the past chapter, but she hasn't really been introduced in this one yet.
彼らは残りの蓄えで全てを元の軌道に戻すことを誓った。それ以外のものはどうしたか。そう、上陸したシーラカンスが再び海へ戻るように、彼らも再び混沌とアルカナムの抱擁の中へ身を投げたのさ。時間に見放された科学を捨て、未来が有望な方を選ぶ。それが正しいのかどうかなんて。でも物語はここまでだよ。プロメーテウスがどんな災いを被るのか、火種とともに手に入れた小箱に希望は入っている。
Wait, no, there was yet another... A nifty little fellow, the crystallization of tangible wisdom. Life Game V is the most popular mind expansion tool in the Laplace, capable of simulating cell life and death calculation within a maximum of 2 elevated to the 16th pixel with predefined rules, and supporting modular assembly and custom interfaces. If repairs cannot be completed in a short period of time, it is hoped that a substitute can be allowed during the repair period, such as the latest handheld console, the Game Dude Color. Are you serious right now? Okay, let's move on to chapter 7.
ゼノミリタリーはなんて。救援は手はず通りに進んでいると2時間ほどで配置につけるようです。アルカナに何か動きはありますか？
相変わらずだ。青黒い暗礁みたいに無策で風に当たってるよ。
Sonetto fiddles with the communication device, making sure Lilia's voice is loud and clear. Now, Regulus can hear their exchange with perfect clarity.
島で一番の高台だ。あそこからは私らの一挙一動が見えるんだろうな。数学の信者らが島の中心に集まっている姿も、ベルティと37が洞窟に向かっていることも、ストームの影響を受ける砂浜と海岸も、すべてが見渡せる。
いやいや、逃亡ルートを考えてるだけかもしれないぞ。
ベンデッタとの水泳大会が開かれたら、お前を推薦してやるよ。その時は、亀を早く泳がせて連れてってもらうんだな。
Hangs up and resumes surveillance of her target. The next 2 hours are critical. Also, as far as I remember, the members of Manus Vindicte don't really try to run away from the storms, because they can be sort of immune to them. The islanders are busy with the cleansing ceremony, while the outsiders are preparing for their departure.
ソネット、あんたらの計画がようやく理解できた。でも私はやっぱり、なんというか、心配というか。
大丈夫です。何度も練習しましたから。誤差は 0.00025% 以下です。成功すると確信しています。
ああ、わかったよ。信じるからそんな細かい数字出すな。
She waves her hand quickly as if swatting away the numbers like flies.
私はベルティが心配なんだ。本当に2時間以内に戻ってこれるのか？もし戻ってこれなかったら、自分たちで帰らないといけないってことだよな。
はい。
Sonetto nods, but also Sonetto can probably be a nice second in charge.
計算科学研究センターでは、ありとあらゆるストーム関連の手がかりを収集しています。非対称型ヌクレイン R は突破口になる可能性が高いです。タイムキーパーが洞窟で新しい発見ができれば、ストーム免疫の研究に大いに貢献できるはずです。
Barrett is not satisfied with the answer. Evidently, she has a strong opinion on the matter.
とは言っても、あそこは散々だったからな。
Wait, last time? Oh, it's the same cave. But yeah, no, last time she had to fight off a few monsters, but she was basically just playing riddles against the god in that cave. Having spent the longest time there, she's undoubtedly the most qualified to comment on the subject.
儀式とやらは謎だらけだ。リスクはさておき、合格者はどんな質問の答えも得られるって言い分だけで考えても。信者が崇拝する無線電車とやらは自動応答機かっつうの。
無限停車とは、古代ギリシアの哲学者アナクシマンドロスが提示した哲学的概念であり、世界の資源を示すために用いられるようです。それは無規則かつ無制限な実在物質であり、万物がそれより生まれ、それに帰るとされております。この島の信者たちにとっては、より現実的な意味を持っているようですがね。
ミス・マーサに聞いた話によれば、最も本質に近い数字であったとしても、得られる知識には限度があると。ですが、無限停車は制限を受けない存在だそうです。そのため、自身の限度を超える知識を得るためには、彼の助けが必要になるそうです。
She faithfully recites what she learned from the teachings of Aperion. Apple adjusts his bow tie, grateful for her contribution.
このアップル目の経験から考えるにより古く定義が不鮮明かつ鑑定不可能な存在であるほど実証されがたいアルカナムエネルギーを有する可能性が高いかと。偉大なる存在との共鳴により超越したグノーシスの導きを得ることができる。しかし同時にその代価を支払うことにもなるでしょう。
代価？
Just hearing the word makes her heart sink.
ミスターアップル、詳しくお聞かせ願えますか？その代価というのは具体的には何でしょう？命ですか？それとも他のものですか？
ベルティ、飛んで。
And into the labyrinth we go.
完璧。今いる場所の数字は1。
Please tell me they're not adding math puzzles in this.
次は7に飛んで。これはただの余島法人よ。4歩ごとの合計が34になってれば大丈夫。
Howling wind fills the air. The unstable footing is the only solid thing they can rely on. The path into the cave is completely different than before. Transparent stairs are gone, as are the swinging golden lines in the air. Now only cold rock walls surround them, and numbered bricks lie beneath their feet. It's a game of hopscotch unlike any other.
37、前来た時と様子が違うけど。
ああ、それは試練が始まっているからよ。知識を求める道は検証よりもずっと険しいの。でも安心して、ミノタウロスの迷宮みたいにいつか最深部にたどり着くことができるから。
ミノタウロスの迷宮に入るのって生贄だけだよね。
Bad analogy. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to care or be concerned at all.
早くこの魔法陣を完成させよう。あ、次は10だよ。
The world churns around them. A space is revealed. As the magic square is solved, the maze shifts once more.
魔エンジンになっちゃった。計算し直さないと。でも大丈夫。層ごとの円周上の数字を足していって、各直径上の数字と円の中心の和が等しくなればいいだけだから。四角形から円形になっただけで難易度は変わらないよ。今立ってる場所の数字は32だから、17か21を見つけないと。
Completely absorbed in solving the puzzles, she doesn't notice what's coming up behind her. A geometric figure with the number 21 hurtles towards her. For a moment, she thought she heard it chuckle.
37、危ない。生命を持つ数字みたいだね。ひとまず彼らを元の位置に戻そう。
Are we really going to fight stones? Are the next enemies just stones with numbers on them? Let's see. We need plants. Oh, no. What the hell are these? Looks like beetles. 3 times 7 equals 21.
白い殻にハサミ型の前足。
術が跳ね返された。
Oh god, don't tell me. You need specific bars in order to reach this number and then you can deal damage to them.
ベルティ、肝心なのは21よりその後ろにいる 29と33だよ。先に絶対値が最大の数字から捕まえないと。まずは33から。
Hermit crabs. This looks weird. At the start of the turn, +5 Moxie undispellable. After being attacked, recovers missing HP plus 30%. All damage taken is set to 1, undispellable. So do the numbers actually do anything? When entering the battle, chooses a number and gains the corresponding buffs. When another ally dies, the current number and buffs are lost, and a number is chosen again at the battle start of the next round, prioritizing a number that isn't already on the field. No one has a number, a higher number is chosen first. Looks like the reality defense is lower compared to the mental one. Just damage, AoE damage plus Genesis damage. Buffs is the same for everyone. The skills aren't. Oh no, the skills are the same ones too. Okay, let's start from the highest possible one. What happens if you use AoE? Hey Post, just finished eating noodle ramen with a little vinegar, as always delicious for me. Nice. Also, the bots are on a rampage. Name Arcs RNG, numbers, names, very disturbing. There's not more bots on Discord, right? Okay, no, looks like it's clear. I don't know how some people fall to them. But yeah, sad to see that happen. Okay, we should be able to deal more damage. That's a 1, that's a 2. And that's a merge. That's how YouTube bots are now made for engagement. Oh, you want to hear something very disturbing? There were some bots posting comments a few days that only had some people's names as the comments. I was a bit taken aback by that. Because usually, if you want bots, because usually if you need to use bots, you use bots for advertisement, or scams, or anything. You don't really use bots just to post random comments with random names in them. Okay, just one left. I could see myself falling for one or the other when I was 9, but that's it. Yeah, no, one of the first things I was told when I started using the internet was, number 1, never trust anyone. Number 2, never trust any link that you're given. Only go where you know you're going to be safe. And then of course that was the entirety of 4chan, because 4chan helped a lot shape my online experience. Still mostly on the stay anonymous everywhere, don't post personal data, don't reveal too much personal stuff, and don't follow shady links. Which is also why I'm in here with a fake name, fake avatar, no face cam, no nothing. Oh yeah, the new bot scam is uplifting certain channels to manipulate and control engagement. Most new channels have mark, beat plus number kind of name. Ah, damn it. Because whenever something like this happens, usually the way to fix it always ends up bringing even more issues than the bots themselves. Because right now, yeah, sure, you could basically just run a bot farm for views, and those bots are still going to get you your AdSense revenue. Still, if you get caught, you get banned. The 3 commandments of safe and good internet use. Yeah, I think some people might actually use a nice reminder of how to properly be online. Because I think most of them don't even know what the rules are. And even if you take out rules number 1 and 2, most of the other ones still apply. The ground ceases to shake and everything comes to a standstill once again. The numbers have returned to their original positions. 37 breezes past them with a cheerful smile, making a beeline for the exit.
言ったでしょ、簡単だって。ん？
She stops. Before the gate stands a familiar figure.
フォードのエイヤ、モンスター軍、ヒルベルトの無限ホテルの類かと。よく見たら、
blackmail usage or to lower your guard. Yeah, I've got a couple of those emails too. Someone from random email address claimed that they had my data, that they knew which site I was visiting, and that they were ready to send that data to my employer and my family. Problem is, I don't really have anything to hide, and at the time, I didn't even have an employer, so I just ignored it and nothing happened. But I can see people getting scared into sending personal data out of this sort of blackmail.
こんにちは、ロク。あなたは本物のロク？
Of course he's not. Of course he's lying. If he's deep down in this cave, he's either a mirage or a manifestation sent by the cave god to try and mess with them a little bit.
あなたがロクだとどうやって断言できるの？
I'll be a bot if I can do stuff with Lucy. Dude, calm down. Again, do not feast Android girls. That was too much to take in. Even 37 can't help but step back.
今、笑った？これでわかった。あなたは絶対にロクじゃないって。
笑ったわけではない。それと、私は本物だ。この扉は代々6によって守られているんだよ。37。
The leader reverts back to a blank expression. 37 doesn't seem too thrilled to see her friend there.
嫌な予感がする。きっと、とても簡単な問題を出されるよ。上辺だけの段取りを踏めば、どうしてくれるんでしょ？あなた、こういうの得意だもんね。
Are you seriously mad because the question might be too easy?
段取りはとても重要なものだ。
いいえ、本質の方が重要よ。
She's not here to kid around. She's not here just for the answer. She's here purely for the sake of the game at this point. She knew this was a hard test. She wants to take that hard test.
これから本質に関することを問う。とても重要なことだ。ミス・ベルティ、あなたは何も答えず、ただ聞いてい。
はい。
37 looks at 6 with determination, the same look she had when she faced that challenge in the game of Kotta Boss. She's confident that she can solve any problem that comes her way.
37. もし君の求める真理が君の信仰を崩壊させるものだったとしたら、それでも君は先に進むことを選ぶのか？
Well, the truth is the truth. It's really unnegotiable. If the truth goes against faith and beliefs, then faith and beliefs have to be changed in order to accommodate the truth. I don't think she's going to have any different answer.
何？その質問。
She's a struggler. Give me a trial so hard it will break me or set me free. She's a little bit weird. Again, ever since she was first introduced, she always had this aura of playfulness. She feels a little bit aloof at times, but she can be serious when she needs to. She shakes her head repeatedly, looking more perplexed than when she was checked. Than when she checked the Manus followers' math homework.
私の信仰は真理だよ。真理が真理によって崩壊するわけないでしょ。これまでの計算が間違っていたのなら、もう一度やればいい。何度も何度も計算し直せば、必ず答えを導き出せるもん。
Is there even a blue hair lolly that is not missing a few screws? I cannot think of one at the top of my head. An answer without hesitation, causing the gatekeeper to pause for an extra moment of silence.
では、真理などないというのが真理の本質だとしたら。
There cannot be no truth.
でも、それもある意味真理でしょ？虚無も正しい答えの一つだよね。どうして210みたいなこと言うの？あなた、本当に 6？
37 has clearly run out of patience with this sophistry. She stares at 6 in annoyance, trying to detect any signs on his face that he might be playing a joke on her.
では質問を変えよう。ただの物語として聞いてくれていい。真理へと通ずる扉があり、その扉を開ければ、君の求めている真理を得られる。
We're not, remember my resource setup with Diaz? 4 Diaz?
だが同時に君の知る世界の崩壊を招くことになるとしたら。
I don't know, I think Resort might deal a bit too much skill damage, which is why I do prefer running either Kengo or now the new class, what's it called? The Exorcist, with the Revens, not the Revens, the Exo Dagger. Damage is about the same, it can handle a full auto start, full auto host in about 10 minutes. And I've been having some fun with that one too. Sumabito, oh no, not Sumabito, the one we got before. The Japanese Exorcist.
真理を前に誤りを押し通すなんておかしいもん。
そうか。では回答を述べた褒美としてある術式を授けよう。君が偉大な存在と共鳴するとき、プネウマの溝を越えるのに役立つだろう。
A gilded scroll is presented to her, but the winner only furrows her brows even harder.
これで終わり？問題らしき問題を一つも出してないじゃない。ほらね、ベルティ。上辺だけの段取りだって言ったでしょ？ベルティ？
いや、37。その問題は。
37。
Six interjects.
一つ忠告しよう。これは6ではなく、私個人、アティクスだったものからの助言だ。ソクラテスの物語を熟読した私たちは、真理と政治は相入れないものだと知っている。局外の知恵と局内の苦痛、どちらかを選ぶ時が来る。その瞬間が訪れた時、今日の答えを忘れないことだ。
He leaves. The game has been a disappointment. 37 frowns in frustration, but she keeps a tight grip on the scroll. The gate in the center of the circle has swung open, but the path ahead is still shrouded in mist.
行こう、ベルティ。次はもっと面白い試練だといいな。
She's so damn cute. Every time you say 6, I keep thinking of 6 from Grand Blue Fantasy. Let's see, here we need a beast damage dealer. We should be fine with a team like this. I think I might want to eventually replace Nen Lee with the new vampire. Especially since this one also heals herself. But yeah, Semmelweis needs to be leveled up still.
73。すごくいい数字だね。8つ目の双子素数の一つであり、8つ目の幸運数かつ素数でもある。
And also the reverse of 37.
それに37と同じ数字で成り立ってるし。残念だけど、あなたは21番目の素数だからいまいちなんだよね。メルティ。
73からだよ。絶対値が最大の数だから。
いいね。覚えが早いんだね。
Apparently 37 shares the same VA with Lily from Grand Blue. She must be made for this sort of roles. Okay, buff crit, buff attack. And let's start with the highest possible number. This one just gives leech rate. Any chance you can steal a Moxie? Oh, this one is already level 2. Okay, there's our Moxie steal. But yeah, I was a little bit wary of Vila when I first heard of her. But then I realized that once she gets her memory, her weapon, her buffs, her healing, basically becomes AoE after the... No, passively. You know, every turn she keeps on healing. Because all her skills are just single target. Which was putting me off a little bit. Okay, so buffs are all still up.
どんなに凄腕の怪盗だってタイミングを逃したら終わり。私とあなたのためにラットパーティー。
Oh, the ultimate is just another buff. 50% more Genesis damage.
手段は違えど目指す場所は同じ。
Okay.
プラン A 探しましょう。共に帰るべき場所を。3、2、1、ダウン。始まるよ、猟犬たち。
Ah, yeah, that should be it. The other heal should not be needed.
どんなに凄腕の怪盗だってタイミングを逃したら終わり。ガッチャ、ずーっとうちが
鬼。やっぱり全然難しくない。ママが言ってた通りだよ。ただのお遊びみたい。水切りやホップスコッチ、コッタボスと同じ。こういうの得意なの。あの扉、もうすぐ迷宮の最深部だよ。
37 claps her hands with satisfaction, having resolved yet another obstacle. But her companion is much more pensive. It's a bit too easy. For being a set of trials set up by a god, it's a bit too easy.
どうしたの？6に会ってからずいぶん静かじゃない？あなたは0であって6じゃないんだから、彼と通分しちゃダメだよ。
違う。ただチャンスは一度しかない。君は何を聞くのか決めたの？
それはもちろん一番重要な問題を聞くに決まってるよ。
エマネーションの本質に関して？
It was not a hard guess. The Islanders devoted their lives to the study and service of the essence. Nothing is more important than this question. The essence reveals the ultimate truth that underlies our existence. Everything else is just fragments of a phenomenal world. It might not directly solve the issue of the storm immunity, but knowing its nature will certainly help with that aspect. And it's the key for solving not just one problem, but many others.
本質は確かに重要だけど、でもそれはいつか必ずわかる。だってそれはここにあるんだもの。そうでしょ？
え
She seemed to have something else in mind.
前にレグルスが言ってたことをずっと考えてたの。もし真理が目と鼻の先にあっても自らの力で得られないのであれば諦めた方がいいって。デルフォイの信託が聞こえないように耳を塞ぐような行為、無理数が考えそうなことだよ。でも彼女は正しい。そうでしょ？経典にそうしてはいけないなんて書いてないもの。もしかしたらそのせいでみんなについていけなくて注意力が散漫になって遅れを取るかもしれない。でも最終的には必ず真理にたどり着く。そこに違いなんてないんだよ。
つまり 本質関連の質問はしないと。
This time, she nods.
それよりもっとふさわしい問題を思いついたの。ここの危機を解決できるし、エマネーションからみんなを救うことができる質問。決して深い質問とは言えないけど、いい質問ではあるよ。
Do we get to hear this question?
そう。なら、私はこの先へは行かない。
Turns around, eyes wide with surprise.
ベルティ、あなたまでレグルスみたいに途中で諦めるの？あなたはゼロであって無理数じゃないのに。
ここで君を待つよ。どこにも行かない。ただ、その扉は君が開けるべきだと思う。それは君の質問であり、君の証明だからね。私はここで見届けるよ。危険だと思ったらすぐに駆けつけるから。
あなたは質問しないの？
Yeah, but we heard that this all apparent business was one question per person.
あなたの疑問はまだ解決してないんでしょ？
いや、もう聞く必要はなくなった。私が聞こうと思ってたのは、エマネーションから全てを救う方法。つまり、君の質問と同じなんだ。
37 tilts her head curiously, but her confusion soon fades. She quickly understands, as she does with most things in life.
わかったわ。あなたは局外の傍観者になるのね。オリンピック競技場にいる第三者の人と同じように。聡明な選択ね。さすがはゼロ。
Without further hesitation, she turns and steps into the final gate.
じゃあ、また後で会いましょう、ベルティ。
Would not want 37 to be the therapist? She might tell me it's fine to do X, like it's not her problem. Yeah, she's a curious little one. Put the suitcase down and breathe. Be ready for anything.
うまくいくといいけど。念のために傘を差しておいた方がいいかな。
Yeah, but how big of a collapse can we even talk about? Because all they do is basically research math. Okay, 50 more clear drops. And more story-worth rewards. We still need 6k for this one, and I'm afraid we're done with the extra pulls from this. I do want to try and reach another 10th part, see if I can do another 10th part today, because that one should proc the PT. But we'll see. For now, main story quest is way more important. The cave is basked in warm, flickering candlelight. Preparations for the cleansing ceremony are finally complete. The integers are waiting for their leader to return.
37はあの試練を通過できると思う?
He posed if and only if they decide to expand Seraph Weapon in Grumble Fantasy to have a third skill as a downgrade version of Exalto, would you build it? That's going to be a little bit difficult because the current Seraphic weapons already got replaced by the Ultima ones. So if they wanted to upgrade these seraphic weapons, they're going to need first more damage cap or damage amplification, or a combination of both, as well as the damage amplified that they already bring to be brought up to 27 to 30%. Because you need to give up on the normal attack, you need to give up on the normal stamina, you need to give up on the extra specific damage cap from the Ultima weapons, because they cannot be used together. I'm pretty sure we're going to see another upgrade for the Seraphic weapon series, but that's still likely a year or 2 years away. Triple Eight lowers her voice, concealing her worry. Leaning against the cavern wall, 210 absent-mindedly adjusts the grapevine on his hair out of boredom.
6は余裕だろう。迷宮内の数学クイズなど、我らがまばゆい天才にとっては造作もないことだ。最大の難所はアペイロンの詰問。その内容を知っている者はいない。ゲームは公平だ。質問をするにはまず向こうの質問に答えなければならない。それ答えられなければゲームオーバーだ。
Pinches a grape between his fingers and crushes it, its juice splattering onto his hand.
こんな風にな。
気持ち悪い。
Triple Eight shakes her head, not even bothering to hide her disgust.
試練に関して私たちは無知に近い。何せ3世紀もの間合格者は一人もいなかったのですから。失敗の代償はあまりに大きい。歴代の6が長きにわたり試練への参加を禁じるほどに。
実は6が嘘をついていることがある。4年前に試練に合格した者がいた。
Wait, what? And we only get to know about it now? An unexpected piece of information, even 210 straightens up in attention. The Banshee gazes into the distance, watching the shadows cast by the candles dance on the walls.
彼女たちはあまりに似ている。才能、思考、困難に遭遇した時の解決方法まで同じよ。
It was not her mother now, was it? Either her mother or Samantha's parents.
とはいえ、確かに抗いがたい誘惑であるのも事実だわ。目の前に道があり、それを通れば全ての真理を知れるとしたら、試さない理由なんてないでしょ。
Amid the swirling lights and shadows, the trial is reaching its conclusion. She has reached the heart of the maze, the lair of the Minotaur, where the final challenge awaits. Through the mist, a form gradually takes shape. First, it appears to be a scholar, then a soldier, but it continues to transform into a king, a farmer, a child, an elder. Finally, damn it, it had to be. Finally, it stops and solidifies into a young woman with a sharp and chilling smile.
Mama? どうしてここにいるの?
A soft chuckle seeps out from the shadow.
いいえ、私はあなたが思うようなものではない。私はただの影であり、一末の光。あなたの目に映し出された幻に過ぎないわ。有限は無限を受け入れられない。その哀れな五感では見たことのないものを想像することも、聞いたことのない声を理解することもできない。私はあなたの怯えが作った祈り、あなたが天の光を見る前の極卒。 水面に映し出されたあなたの困惑の影。最後の発言者が残した残響よ。
And yeah, of course, the last visitor 4 years prior was her mother.
でもどう見てもママだよ。
Eagerly, 37 steps forward.
私は最後の試練にたどり着いて真理の扉の前にいるんだよね。ママがここにいるということは、つまりママは本当に超絶の天国に行けたのね。私たちの予想もモデルも正しかったってことだよね。
天国？
The woman's laugh is strange and unsettling.
我が娘よ、何を言っているの？まさかあの話を真に受けたんじゃないでしょうね。バカな子。なんて可愛くて愚かなのかしら。
37 stops in her tracks and lifts her head in disbelief. She locks eyes with those aquamarine orbs that are unmistakably her mother's eyes.
一度も疑ったことはないの？一瞬でも揺らいだことはないの？夜の砂浜を一人で散歩するとき、視線が騎馬隊たちに向いたとき、これが本当に超絶世界の象徴なら、なんで私はこの中からママの数字を見つけられないの？なんで彼女の声が聞こえないの？なんで規律が見えないの？目の前が真っ暗だよ。会いたいよ、ママ。
For an omniscient god? Don't think there's any need to play these cruel games. Might be a bit of an asshole.
なんて哀れなんでしょう。あまりに幼く、あまりに単純で、あまりに家族や土地に固執して。でもそのおかげであなたは道を踏み外さずに済んだ。あの予想やモデルは正しかったのかなんて、そんなことはもうどうでもいいの。ゲームの規則はもう変わったのだから。混乱を招くもの、情勢を乱すもの、規則を再構築するもの、どれも私たちの先を行く者たちよ。私たちは間違えたのではなく、遅れをとっているだけ。天国という名の幻にとらわれて、現実を直視する力を失ってしまったのよ。でも大丈夫。なぜならあなたが来てくれたから。それは何よりも大切なことよ。
And it's actually insane how much her smile changed. From actually mocking her to welcoming her in this location.
また一緒に計算しましょう。今度はきっとうまくいくわ。
ママ。
With a gentle smile, the woman tucks her hair behind her ears and reaches out a hand to the girl.
この世界は巨大な廃墟よ。
1:30 a.m. here, almost 2 a.m. Go to sleep, man. Again, it's getting really late. As always, thanks a lot for coming by and chatting, but try and have a good night.
その大部分は造物、沈黙、窮屈、慌ただしい生命たちで占められているわ。彼らは生まれてこの方一度も星空を仰いだこともなければ、かがんで花の香りを嗅いだこともない。至高の音律が発する響きとハーモニーを奏でることもなければ、その音色に心を震わせることなど、彼らは体という墓にとらわれ、五感という棺桶に浸りながら、暴力でこの星を統治できると勘違いしている。 私たちを嘲笑い、裏切り、虐殺し、歴史の辺境へと追いやる。ざれ言を吐く狂人のごとく、私たちの愛する全てを無価値なガラクタだとのたまう。それでも私たちは諦めないし、真に打ちのめされもしない。いずれ彼らは己の過ちに気づく時が来るでしょう。我が娘よ、ホラ貝の真珠よりも貴重な子よ。来なさい、母のもとへ。争いと災いが訪れる前に、私たちだけの数字の証明しかない砂浜へと共に帰りましょう。
Oh god, are they actually causing these storms?
無限の王に教えてあげるわ。万物の本質、万物を超える真理をね。そのために来たのでしょう。
Her eyes are earnest and sincere. 37 slowly climbs the stairs, longing to reach out and grasp her mother's hands. She suddenly looks up, confused, and asks a question.
でも、ママ、私の数字は37であって、無限大じゃないよ。なのに、どうして無限の奥義を知る必要があるの
Yeah, get off her ass and start running.
まさか37が答えを間違えたんじゃ。
The cavern's illusory landscape shifts again. A fierce wind abruptly rises around her. Amidst the howling gale, 37 looks defiantly up in the air, her eyes peering past her mother's silhouette.
無限の奥義なんて知りたくない。それは私の数字じゃないもの。
Instant screenshot.
37はただの有限数字だよ。私は砂浜の小さな砂粒、塩水に破壊され押しつぶされる存在なの。それでも私は誇りに思ってるの。私は自分の限界を知ってる。でも偉大なる存在たちはそれを知らない。
Her mother's shadow shatters, the shard shimmering and pulsing in the air as if they were alive. The wind picks up, whipping her hair around and forcing her to narrow her eyes against the current. But she stands her ground, refusing to yield.
アペイロン、あなたに尋ねたいことがあって来たの。どうすれば現象界の闇につまずくことなく、プネウマのエマネーションから永遠に免れることができるのか教えて。
And just like that, she managed to pass the last test too. Her voice disappears into the wind, like a pebble sinking into a pond. But then the ripples echo back.
聡明な回答じゃ。限界を重んずる者よ。汝の謙虚なる精神は十分に示された。褒美として汝が望むものやろう。
Incomprehensible sounds assault her ears, like ancient echoes rising from the depth of the ocean. They aren't recognizable syllables of any language, but more like reverberations between layers of rock walls, each note stabbing through her like a dagger. Her breathing becomes labored and blood trickles from her nose. Dizziness churns in her head, causing her vision to blur and double.
どうして の答えは、この超越した真理は、私たちでは受け止めきれないものなの
？Please don't kill 37.
どうしてミス・ルーシー、この読み方は正しいものでした。あなたからいただいた術式は確かにアルカナムの呪文でした。一体どこでこれを？
それはよかった。こちらへ。ストーム研究が正式に次の段階に入ると総員に伝えないと。
Swift and short footsteps stride past the glass-walled rooms, stopping at the main control room of the Storm Observation and Research Initiative. Control station is bustling with activity, and liaisons send messages through electrical signals and pneumatic tubes to various offices, all part of a well-oiled routine. Enigma is here too.
進捗を聞きに来たんならがっかりすることになるぜ。
Oh, this is the trailer part.
無駄足だったな、ミス・ルーシー。
The robot hardly notices the mockery in his tone. She approaches one of the liaisons and holds out her hand. In her palm is the script brought by the dove.
これを皆に通達しなさい。検証に成功したわ。これがストーム免疫術の正しい読み方で間違いないでしょう。
まさか。
His hands tremble. Despite its size, the tiny slip of paper holds great importance. Following the pronunciation guidelines, he carefully spells out the first word.
La una.
The script is taken from his grasp. Standing next to him, the liaison holds the script in her hand, also trembling with excitement.
今すぐ総員に伝達します。
She trots over the control station. The script is transported onto the screen. The liaison meticulously checks every detail, ensuring that nothing is overlooked.
La una circolo.
She reads into the microphone, her voice confident and clear. With a final press of the send button, she turns away with a satisfied smile on her face. And off she goes. Without warning, her torso cracks apart and her entire body and her entire form crumbles, shattering to the ground in pieces. You got really, really close to getting dusted too. All hell breaks loose. Chairs scrape loudly against the floor, coffee cups clatter to the ground, and people scramble about in a frenzy. The director of Laplace remains still, her eyes fixed on the rapidly flashing lights of the screen.
今すぐに中止しろ。この術式、何かがおかしい。
In the face of chaos and turmoil, it falls on someone to step up and take action.
いい。術式に問題はないわ。それは確かに正しいものよ。
It's never easy, is it? Oh, it never is. It cannot be. Just one incantation for immediate protection from storms would have been way too easy. Also, I'm pretty sure it's going to take 37 coming back from that cave, informing Bertin, and then Bertin calling back in order to fix this mess. Because the way these people have disappeared, it's also not like the way they disappear when a storm comes. So, who knows what this circle incantation actually did? In the other glass-walled rooms, researchers took up from their work in confusion. The airlock doors have been sealed tight and their electronic equipment is flashing erratically.
警告警告
At the same time, all of their screens light up simultaneously, indicating the arrival of a new message.
そんなことよりドーキンス、これを見ろよ。誰かがあれを解読したってさ、術式の正確な読み方が分かったんだ。なんだって？ああ、どこぞの精神をやられた研究員のいたずらでないことを祈ろう。
Despite the blaring alarms, the staff gathers around the screens, eagerly reading aloud the incantation that was just sent.
ラ、ナ、ゼル、クロ？くそ
He runs down the corridor at full speed, grasping for air. Just as the airlock door begins to close, he flings himself through. The closest room with glass walls is filled with a thick white smoke. He sprints to the door and frantically pounds on it.
ウルリヒ、ドーキンス、ビクター、リチャード、中にいるか？よく聞け。届いた呪文の正しい読み方は絶対に読み上げるな。書き出したり転送するのもダメだ。
Might be a bit too late.
確かに俺たちはいがみ合っていたが、信じてほしい。これはみんなの安全に関わることなんだ。
A chilling silence looms on the opposite side of the door. The only noise can be heard is Lucy's motionless voice coming through the speakers.
警告、総員に次ぐ。直ちに手元の通信設備から離れよ。モニターに表示された文字を決して読んではならない。繰り返す。呪文を読むな。繰り返す。呪文を読むな。
The door suddenly opens, the smoke pouring out nearly chokes him.
リチャード。
A cryptographer emerged from the thick smoke, his movements stiff and his face expressionless. As he opens his mouth to speak, a small crack forms at the corner of his lips and quickly spreads across his entire face, as if he were made of clay. The other one evaporated instantly though. Suddenly he collapses, his skin splitting and cracking like parched earth. Enigma quickly moves to his support, preventing his colleagues from breaking into pieces on the hard floor. He checks his vitals, still alive, only his skin has been affected by the mutation. Underneath the cracked exterior, he can still see human flesh and blood.
それ以上喋るな。すぐにリハビリセンターに連れてってやるからな。
How the hell are you even supposed to fix something like this?
ドーキンスが。
Lifting a muddy finger, he manages to point towards the room. Slowly, a monumental figure emerged from the hazy entrance. It's a mud golem with thick clumps of mud dripping off its body. The only remaining human element is Dawkins' nameplate, barely clinging to its chest.
Dawkins.
The airlock door at the end of the hallway hisses open. A squad of security guards with hypno bullets and restraints net barge their way in.
ミスターアドラー、直ちに他の者を連れて撤退せよ。あとは我々に任せるんだ。
I guess the incantation affects different people differently, but still. Oh, don't make us kill golems.
あなたの勇気に敬服します。なかなか今までにない仮説だな。歯の役目です。座標を確認する。別の学科には提供できない視点だぞ。おっと、機材に触れるな。
Precast, we need to use. Still, with this we charge the ultimate.
簡単だよ。
実地調査の醍醐味だ。
距離を算出しよう。
あなたたちは無理数なの？
And yeah, now that those stacks are up a little bit, she's starting to crit for 10k per hit. Let's see, this one's actually changing to the same level incantations, so we're not touching these two.
あなたの努力を称賛します。
学術的な問題だ。
基地の
恐れるものはない。
一寸のメモリと無限の線。座標を確認する。
交点からの切断。勝利？それは何を意味するの？
読めるようになったとしても、どうせ役に立たないだろうと思ってた。俺たちには制御できる力がないから、使えないんだろうと。
Yeah, but if that's the case, what the hell happened? Because again, this is just the first Arcanum, the base circle. They should be able to wield this, even low-level Arcanists.
考えが甘かった。現実は俺が思ってたより何万倍もむごい。俺らは呪いを自ら招いてしまった。ベンデッタの仮面よりも恐ろしく、ランダム性が高い。止められ。
He grips his head tightly, his voice hoarse as he shouts.
ドーラは目の前で土と化した。リチャードは全身の皮膚が干からび、ドーキンスは口が聞けない泥人形になった。ビクターに至っては忽然と姿を消した。俺らがいかなる物理的手段を駆使してもその姿を見ることはできなくなったのに。俺たちが読み上げた単語は3つ。たった3つだ。
He shakes his head and laughs bitterly, not even in the mood for mockery after all that's happened.
ミス・ルーシー、俺たちは一体何を研究してるんだ。俺らは一体神からどれほど超越的な力を盗もうとしてるんだ。
No one can answer his question. The security guards are busy cleaning up the mess, while liaisons are frantically issuing warnings and confirming the extent of the casualties. The rehab center personnel have also arrived, as they leave, the stretchers are filled with injured people. His supervisor finishes up a call and hangs up the phone on the wall.
戻って休みなさい、アドラー。あなたの任務はここまでよ。今後の作業は別のものに引き継がせるわ。
How the hell is a person even supposed to rest after witnessing people turn into stone or just plain up disappearing?
なんだと。
He asks in disbelief, anger swelling in his chest.
まさか研究を続けるつもりか。こんな事態になったっていうのに。
研究は続けるわ。
The robot sensor is concise and cold.
呪文の有効性および誰でも使用できる可能性が高いということが証明された。ならば今最も優先すべき課題は術の副作用を消す方法よ。人間研究員のサポートはもういらないわ。
Her tone is calm and gentle, yet with authority. The decision has been made.
アルカナムの呪いはアルカナムでしか打ち消すことができない。
What are the chances that the circle incantation function like the beginning or a more complex incantation? Don't think that's the case, because again, it's been explained to us that the circle has been the first incantation an arcanist has ever cast. It should be something simple. So the fact that this one went awry means that either the people who cast it didn't have enough power to invoke it, or something else from wherever the power for this incantation is supposed to come from isn't really willing to share their power anymore. So one thing they're likely going to try is going to pick some more pure-blooded arcanists to try and recite it and see if anything happens to them, because maybe more power from the person reciting the incantation can actually force it to work. But we're just going to have to wait and see. The eerie sounds continue to reverberate in the cave. 37 kneels on the transparent stairs, blood seeping from her mouth and nose. The suitcases. The noises wouldn't reach her in there. It could be her refuge. 37 suddenly jerks. Slowly, an ornate scroll rises from her bosom. Yeah, maybe put your answer on that scroll instead of in your brain. The strange noise begins to fade. In its place is an ancient melody.
正の1、負の1、正の2、負の3、3、負の3、正の2、負の1、正の1。なるほど。そういうことね。
どういう意味？ 37、大丈夫？
She nods, having regained her clarity.
ベルティ。6の巻物がプネウマの溝を調和してくれた。これでようやく聞き取れたよ。エマネーションから逃れられる方法に対し、アペイロンが口にした答えは数字だった。
Just a string of numbers? Okay, this is the immunity spell. Do not recite, do not disseminate. Ah, this one is story only. The winds died down, the cave is quiet again. The trial is over. As usual, the start of Hermes has found her answer.
そう。この数字こそ、真理へと通じるパスコードなんだよ。アペイロンは、私の質問に答えてくれた。私に解決策を教えてくれたの。
She chirps with delight as the scroll completes its task and lands back in her hand.
早く外に出て、みんなに伝えないと。
そうだね。きっとみんなの力になれるはずだよ。
There is finally room to breathe, if only for a brief moment. Yet, the feeling on her knees remains.
ただ、一つだけ疑問が残る。
She pauses mid-step to look back, tilting her head inquisitively.
6の巻物に助けられた。 もしかすると彼はこの状況を事前に予測し、君を守ろうとしたのかもしれない。ならなぜ彼は君の追い求める真理が君の知る世界を崩壊させるかもしれないなんて言ったんだろう。
That was probably the deity trolling her with the image of her own mother. The walk to the cleansing site is long. Only the sound of dripping water and soft footsteps can be heard in the tunnel.
足元に気をつけて。私たちは今真言の壁を通っているわ。虚言を口にすればたちまち壁が崩れてしまう。会話は必要最小限に。
The followers nod with respect. They have walked past the wall of silence, goodness and wisdom respectively as part of the ritual. Only those who embody these virtues can find safe passage to the final cleansing.
Miss 888.
The custodian suddenly steps up in front of the leader, blocking its path.
失礼をお許しください。ですが、今しか機会はないと思いまして。まだ解決していない問題についてです。
Now that they cannot lie. Smart. As she speaks, a few others emerge from the crowd and surround Six. On the narrow pathway, there is no way to get around them.
その行為、得策ではない。
欺くこともそうでしょう。あなたはこの4年間口を閉ざしてきた。6になったその日から常に問題から逃げていた。月日を重ねるごとに教団内の不協和音は膨れ上がる。今断崖絶壁に立つ我々に巨大な岩が迫っている。存亡に関わることだからこそ、どうか正直にお答えいただきたい。我々は真理を追い求める者。真理を無視することなどあってはならない。
She extends an arm, gesturing to the silent cavern walls that surround them.
この一言一句が本心によるものだと真言の壁に誓いましょう。
The wall stands firm. The genuineness of her word is not to be doubted.
答えてやれよ。俺があそこで誓っていたら間違いなく壁を崩壊させていたところだ。
The wall remains silent, seemingly confirming the rhetorician's mocking words as truth.
嘘をつけば壁が崩れて我らはぺっちゃんこだ。沈黙を続けるのなら俺が嘘をついて壁を崩す。もちろんパラドックスに頼るのもありだ。これに関してはお前の代わりに試してやった。今から言うことは全部嘘だなんてセリフも真言の壁の前では無効だ。これは道徳試練でありロジック試験ではない。お前の誠実さを示す以外に他はないんだ。
It's a delicate situation, one that requires precision. The leader remains composed.
何が知りたい？
もちろん最も重要なこと、本質に関する疑問だ。
210 takes a step, his voice trembling, no longer as calm as he used to be. These questions have plagued his mind for too long.
この4年間、我々の研究に成果がないのはなぜだ。1929年と今回のエマネーションの予測が完全に外れたのはなぜだ。 初めから根本的に間違えていたんじゃないのか。エマネーションの本質は超絶的規律の現れとは別のものだったんじゃないのか。
Six remains stoic, showing no signs of emotion.
210、君は聞く相手を間違えている。崇拝者は教務に身を投じ、弁舌家は思弁を深め、政治家は外界を察し、刑事科学者は自然を悟る。エマネーションの研究は6の領域外だ。私の持ち得る知恵ではその質問に答えることはできない。
Oh god, it's pulling his politician card. It's not my area of expertise, so I might... so it's better if I don't answer. A truth is spoken, and the silent walls attest to its veracity.
質問が抽象的すぎるわ、210。
The custodian shakes her head and takes a step closer.
私が尋ねたいことは、あなたが知っていること。6は代々、魂の数字を得ると同時に、先代たちの知恵をも受け継ぐ。それは、知恵や知識だけでなく、歴代の記憶も含まれる。そのため、あなたは私が尋ねる内容を知っているはず。元エマネーション研究の案内人77。彼女はアペイロンにどのような質問をし、どのような真理を得られたのですか？
There's no immediate response, confirming that she hit the nail on the head.
私は彼女が迷宮に入り、無事に出てきた姿を確かにこの目で見ました。その後、先代の6と77は現象界を探すべく出航し、予定通りに戻ることができなかったため、私たちの前でエマネーションによって、これは挫折の始まりに過ぎません。
Wait, if they left the island, it means there's a small chance that we can actually travel the world, trying and look for them in the date in which they left. Very, very small chance, but still a chance.
モデルはなぜ失敗したのか、島の位置はなぜ漏洩したのか、ヒステリー病がなぜここまで広まったのか、古き規則がなぜ突然効果を失ったのか。彼女は何を見つけたのですか？まさか私たちの思考なる秩序、超絶的規律、崇高なる真理に何か変化が？
Barraged with so many questions, he lets out a chuckle. He smiles with relief, like a prisoner finally receiving his death sentence after years of waiting. It has the opposite effect on the crowd. They hold their breaths in suspense.
ヒッパソスが2の平方根の奥義を発見したことで、ピタゴラス教団は滅亡した。ニュートンが無限小の論証を見落としたことで、微分積分学の基礎は危うく崩壊しかけた。ラッセルは集合における自己言及のパラドックスを発見し、第三次数学危機を引き起こした。集合論を改良してなお自己言及の亡霊を払うことはできなかった。最終的にゲーデルの判決により不完全性が勝利を得た。
His profound sentiments echo throughout the cave.
運命の岩は高い山から転がり落ちる運命だ。37でなくともいずれ他の誰かがその扉を開いたであろう。オイディプスの懸命な反抗はかえって悲劇の延命につながった。
何が言いたいのですか？
She furrows her brow. However, Six gives her a small nod of respect.
質問ありがとう。 888。それでは答えよう。77は確かにエマネーションの本質に関して質問をした。
He stands tall and looks around at the people. They're listening intently.
思考なる存在に何が起こったせいで世界が狂ってしまったのかと彼女は尋ねた。答えは敏乱だ。
That's it? The wall of truth still stands. The trial left behind by the ancient sages confirms his words. A deep, ominous rumble comes from the center of the island. Tremors are like the island is being shaken to its core, like a tsunami and a volcanic eruption combined. 210 is the first to come to a realization. He lunges and grabs Six by the collar.
とっくに知ってたんだな。4年前の6になった瞬間から。エマネーションが超絶的規律の現れではなく、超絶的規律の敏乱だと。永遠に超越した数学天国などなく、我らが崇拝していたプネウマの本質はただの変動し続ける無理数なのだと。
Rage threatens to consume him. The rhetorician glares at the leader, who has the audacity to confirm that their faith is shattered. He almost breaks into a bitter laugh.
なぜ4年も黙っていた？答えろ！
Probably to avoid this exact sort of reaction.
偽りの平和のためか、平穏の象徴のためか、全員を騙して我らの追い求めていたものが虚無にならないように。
Six does not answer the added inquiries, for they are not within his duty.
言い争っている場合ではない。皆を直ちに避難させないと。
The custodian steps in and separates them with a stern look. She then turns and begins to lead the panicked crowd to safety. Amidst the chaos, the leader lowers his eyes and reads the verses prepared for the ceremony.
すべてがうまくいくように神に祈りを捧げなさい。これらすべてを得得すれば、永劫の神々と浄妙の凡人の体系を知ることができるであろう。
浄化の儀式に何か問題が起きたのかしら。
Yeah, they were too busy bickering down in the tunnels for it.
どのようにして一体化するのかを。
立ってらんないぞ。なんだ、地震か？
いいえ、これは島を覆っていた大型アルカナムが溶けて。
宇宙は極めて高い均一性のもとに成り立っていること。
どうして？私たちの縁が消えた？
The leader stands quiet and resolute, like a rock by the sea. Watching the fall of the heavenly transcendental, feeling the tides of change wash over everything.
すべてを知ったとき、不要な期待は消え、惑わされることもなくなるであろう。
He rolls up the scroll and hands his reading.
共に祈ろう、我が友よ。己のため、皆の運命のため、周りのすべての苦痛のために祈りなさい。目に見えぬ闇に手を伸ばし、不可知である偉大なるものに祈りなさい。口を開き、有限なるものとして、己が存在すら超えようとする望みを語るがいい。 その意志はかつて我々に属性の塵ぼこりや自身の非力さをも乗り越える力を与え、プネウマの初期の光に触れる源となった。それは
In the darkness, he lights up a torch.
どちらへ？
奥に。試練はまだ終わっていない。最終的な浄化にも達していない。私たちにはまだ果たすべき義務がある。
He trudges forward. With his back to the fearful crowd, he sets off again, onto the lonely road, into that long night.
あんたも聞いたことがあるだろうけど、それでも一応答えてもらおうかね。そうさ、問いを出し解決する。実にありふれたものさ。酒をまいて供養とし、願い事には相応の代価を支払わなければならない。同様に得られる恩恵も私たちの願い通りにはならない。このような問答を知っているかい？誰でもないとオーデュッセイスは答えた。人と人ではないものはほぼ正反対の答えだけど、さてお話はここまでにしようかね。
Wait, no, there's supposed to be another one too. Walking on the beach with Martha, she's almost done with her tour of the island, collecting materials for her travelogue. I accompany her, also remind her to avoid the important areas we don't want to be exposed to the outside world. She's hoping for even more reading recommendations. Fine, I'll consult 210 and Sophia. There are too many outsiders here. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it makes management more difficult. The leader strategy isn't the best at the moment. We must make clearer decisions. We need to show some self-determination by repeatedly emphasizing our united will. Faith will also be strengthened. Relying on anyone won't work, nor we can put all our hopes in one child and then sit back in satisfaction. Should she have noticed the error, or... Well, I don't believe like a person like 77 would not check the course again and calculate the angles. Even if she's too tired, 37 is still on the island. Why didn't Hugh take his notebook with him? I saw it at Sophia's place. She left in such a hurry that even her reason for leaving seemed like an excuse. Could communication with the Supreme Being really destroy a person's mind? The party of beings? One, abstain from beans. 2, do not pick up what has fallen. 3, touch not a white rooster. Really weird rules to have, but looks like we're going back to the beans. Also, these people managed to break Rule 2 a whole number of times. Hey there, rarely someone streams on 1999. Oh hey then, welcome, how are things going? Yeah, today's the anniversary, I wanted to do the pools, I want to check up on the main story. I've been playing mostly on the off time, it's not really content I bring constantly to the channel. But yeah, even if I've not been playing since day one, I think I've been playing since week 1 or so. After a long period of darkness, clarity begins to dawn. Ahead lies a completely unfamiliar scene.
もしかして島の地震の影響?
Thoughts on Matt Pocket? I hear he's a pretty decent healer. he should be buffing either attack or damage somehow, but I don't have him, and I think healer-wise I'm fine with just Tooth Fairy and now Villa.
確か37と地下迷路にいたはず。もしか
Clock
し
is
て
broken.
壊れた。
あ、ベルティ、こんなとこにいたのか。
Either broken or they managed to somehow avert this storm. And I don't know which of the two is the least likely answer.
みんなが待ってる。パーティーが始まっちゃうぞ。
パーティー？
ああ、今日は特別な日だろ。
I use him, Regulus and X, just love the trio, for the official reverse 1999 bits. Yeah, Regulus has been a favorite of mine basically since release. It's just gotten a little bit harder to use her nowadays.
ベンデッタをやっつけた上にストームの免疫をつける方法を見つけたんだ。それにあの数字怪人たちを救ってやったんだぜ。祝わなくちゃ。
Okay, this is either a dream or an illusion. Absolutely no way this is actually happening.
え？
But Regulus has already taken off.
早く来いよベルティ。こんがり焼けたハニーローストウサギを食い損ねちまうぞ。
She jumps forward excitedly, but something cracks loudly when she lands.
ちょっと待って。今何か踏まなかった？
これは
She's just chaos personified.
つけるやつ？誰だよこんなとこにほったらかしにしたのは。
But yeah, right now the meta seems to have shifted a lot towards follow-up attack damage or extra effects. So even someone like a regular damage dealer like Regulus doesn't really shine anymore. I'm pretty sure she's nowhere near Windsong when it comes to damage.
ついてきなベルティ。
4. Do not poke fire with swords. 5. Do not jump over a crossbar. And 6. Do not cut wood on a main road. Again, these are some of the most arbitrary rules I've ever seen. The square is alive with joy and activity. The usual silence and seriousness have been replaced by a symphony of giggles and cheers. The aroma of roast rabbit is thick in the air. Barrels of wine are being rolled around, and people are gathered, drinking and chatting merrily.
この酒いい香りだな。自分たちで醸造したのか？
少しは遠慮しろ。半年分の貯蔵量を全部一人で飲み干しやがって。それにしても物々交換とはなかなかいいもんだな。これがコーヒーか。実物は初めて見る。日課。
その程度でか？人のこと言えねえじゃん。
Done with putting the Empire to E3, now for Robot. Ah man, I wish I had the mats to do the same, but nah, for me I think it's like this week and probably the next one too, because I still need to farm for the materials for the Windsong and Villa.
おいおい、レグルス、お前の船員がリンゴ酒になっちまってるぞ。
On the bright side, there's really no hurry. This is the main story. Yeah, this is the latest chapter. I think we're somewhere over halfway through the new update. Also, they managed to get an apple drunk. Does Apple even consume food? How the hell does this even happen? 37 waves from a distance, Sophia at her stride, arm in arm.
ちょうど みんなに重大な発表をしようと思ってたとこなの。ソフィアが魂の数字の証明を終えたんだよ。
And this is yet another proof that this cannot be real, because Sophia has refused her number multiple times. Dargis, do not enter the hall in new garments. Enter the hall from the right and leave from the left. Do not keep swallows around your house.
まだ伝道者の間で寝てるんだよ。集会に参加したくないときはいっつもそう言うんだけどね。
Aren't they actually breaking most of these
そんなに
rules?
焦らずともいずれわかるでしょう。協力してくれてありがとう。
Not to mention, if Sophia found her number, why is she still Sophia to us? Shouldn't she have revealed said number and have her name substituted by it?
今後も財団とはいい関係でいるつもりよ。
一体どうなって。
Yeah, this is one hell of a trip.
せっかくのパーティーでまでそんなにかしこまるなって。
The pirate comes over with a platter of rabbits, smiling as if England has just won the World Cup.
感謝しな。この心優しい船長が特別にメインディッシュを持ってきてやったんだ。
They clumsily collide, knocking over the tray in Regulus's hand.
すみませんレグルス、線形回帰直線の方程式に夢中で。
いいって、どうせ焼いたのは私じゃないし。金のウサギ、本日に限り食べ放題。
Regulus picks up the dirty clay plate and puts it aside.
そういえばミス・ソフィアの数字っていくつなんでしょう。
当ててみるか。私は3の倍数だと思うぜ。
私は139の倍数だと思います。
先に言っておくけど、とってもいい数字だよ。私と6、210を足したものより100倍もいい数字なんだから。
計算中。かっこ37足す6足す。
言っておくが25,300じゃないからな。いくらなんでも長すぎるだろう。
A rooster crows loudly in the festive atmosphere.
ああ、この子はアム。私が飼っている白いオンドリュ。
And yeah, okay, they are definitely breaking all of the rules here. We're just missing someone who sleeps on a grave at this point.
白いオン。
Cheers and shouts fill the air as people, damn it, revel in jubilant euphoria. And of course everything has to come crashing down.
違う。何かがおかしい。私はまだ地底にいるはず。
A churning anxiety fills the chest. The once joyful scene now takes on a surreal quality.
一刻も早くここを離れないと。
The Black Bean King? What the hell is this? Okay, this is top tier boss design though. Talk about a giant cock.
この島のアルカナムの流れが変わった。何かが起きたみたいだ。
Oh, not only that, this is an actual boss fight we are in with 4 units.
何はともあれ、まず
What's on you? Cannot gain Moxie. After taking an action, Moxie -1. Oh, that has to be cleared. That absolutely has to be cleared. Let's see, we're getting 2 hits. We need to charge her up.
今までにない仮説だが、なかなかいい論点だ。
キッチン
歩調を合わせよ。別の学科には提供できない視点だぞ。距離を算出しよう。
あなたたちは無理数なの？元気を出して。
Oh, and the cannot gain Moxie switches between one character and the other. That's fine. Bean allergy as a debuff. 5% less damage. Damage taken -5% after 5 stacks. Severe bean allergy.
今までにない仮説だな。なかなかいい論点だ。実地調査の醍醐味だ。座標を確認する。
みんなのために音が飛ぶ。やめて。
Okay, that's an extra 2 hits. I would love to buff her first though.
学術的な問題だ。
Ah, well.
あなたの努力を称賛します。あなたの勇気に敬服します。簡単だよ。
一寸のメモリと無限の線。共に見届けよう。
鱗のご加護です。恐れるものはない。交点からの切断。失礼だよ。
Villa's passive should also still work. Now she's the one who doesn't gain Moxie.
「あなたの努力を称賛します。基地の音が飛ぶ。歩調を合わせよ。交点からの切断。うん。
Okay, negate the ultimate.
完璧な論証だ。
No, buff first. So negate the ultimate.
あな
Buff
たの
on
勇気
her.
に敬服します。あなたの努力を称賛します。
Okay, finally.
完璧な論証だ。
軍勢。歯の役目です。
距離を算出しよ
失礼だよ。あなたの勇気に敬服します。簡単だよ。基地の
Should be able to take this guy down. Hopefully.
簡単だよ。より多くの人のた
Did
め
the
に。
merge for the next turn against the boss?
うんうん。うんうん。交点からの切断。
Oh, wasn't even needed.
景色が変わった。全部幻覚だったの？
どうしよう。
同じ理想へ向かい突き進
We
みま
touched
し
the
ょう。
White Rooster though, so where are the enemies that enforce the rules on the island?
来た時と違うような。この音符、私をどこかへ
Oh god,
連
what
れ
is
て
this
行こう
now?
としてる。ここから出るのを手伝ってくれてるのかも。
An Ethereal scone permeates the air. There's no option but to continue on.
Oi, ベルティ、どこ行くんだ？数学バカたちに今まで飲めなかった分のコーヒーを用意してやったんだ。一口飲むか？ほら、来いよ。
ごめん。豆と豆を使ったものは食べられない。
また戒律か。ここから出たいけど戒律違反を犯すのは嫌だって？はあ、これで豆を食べるか拾うかしないと出られないな。
豆を拾うわけにも食べるわけにもいかない。この山が勝手に消えることもない。
I do wonder how the hell they can even manage to live with a rule like this. Do not pick up stuff from the ground. The stuff falls all the time.
とはいえ、すぐ倒れちゃいそうな山だね。
A single vibration might topple this mountain of beans. Perhaps try dragging the circular note? Okay.
本質がコーヒー豆のみの遺伝。人の理解力には彼らは様々な物事を概念で放送し、やがて劇作家放送を無視して核となるもの。あんたはどうだい？あんたの本質はコーヒー豆より少しは優秀かい
？What do you think is your essence? Are you any more significant than a pile of coffee beans? My past, my thought?
信念、魂、それらは実在する存在かい？喉が渇いたラバは泉を望み、腹が減ったチーターはシマウマを求め、生きる上での行動はすべて肉体と脳みそが導き出した解釈だよ。私たちは血管だらけの肉体が、もしかしたら私たちは実在しない存在なのかもしれないよ、お嬢ちゃん。
God, the cave of existential crisis. Not something I was expecting. The words on the wall are aiming to confuse you. Ignore them and follow these notes. Square rather than round now.
ベルティ、どこに行くの？集会の真っ最中だよ。
でも左から入ったからそこから出ることはできないよ。わ
あ、大変だ。戒律違反を半分も犯しちゃったんだね。残り半分の戒律は絶対に犯しちゃダメだよ。でも大丈夫。友達だもん。私が弁護をしてあげるよ。少しでも軽い処罰になるようにしてあげる。
何としても前に進まないと。でも右には行けない。
Oh, oh God. Is this really going to be it?
おやおや、角度を変えて左右を反転させるなんて、一体誰が編み出した定義なんだい？そんな場当たり的な定義に生きていながら、定義をもっとわかりやすくして、まずは数学から学ぼうか。1は永遠に1なのかい？ 3と4の間に 発見されていない別の整数がなかったりはしないのかい？
Nah, pretty sure one is always one. The truth endures.
その不滅の真理とやらがあんたに何かもたらしてくれたのかい？それを見たことも感じたこともないのなら、壁に反射した影こそが本物かもしれない。太陽だって光に照らされた影による虚像かもしれないだろう。あの洞窟に残って影を享受する者たちこそが真の知者かもしれないだろう。しっかり真理を見極めるべきさね。
タイムキーパー、パーティーにご興味がないのですか？では線形回帰の方程式に関するお話でもしませんか？
ごめんね、今すぐ行かないといけないから。
即興の弁論などはいかがでしょう？以前の教訓を生かせると思うので確認していただけませんか？ストームは過ぎましたし、休憩時間は有り余るほどあります。
時間がない。ソネットに説明してたら間に合わなくなる。この会話を断つ方法を考えないと。例えば音声を一時的に消したり。
Are you serious? Just going full mute.
己の意志を貫き通すつもりなら沈黙で口に出そう。どちらか一方が諦めてこそ世界に平和。その若者特有の決断力、少数派と多数派。
Let's see if we can actually get out of this damn cave.
絶対。
Or if they want to keep us trapped forever, clicking on shapes and try to solve them riddles.
ここにいたのね、ベルティ。突然いなくなるなんて。ちょうど私の魂の数字について話そうと思っていたところよ。ごめん、行かないと。お願い。そんなに時間はかからないわ。
Wait. 1 by 2 by 3? Three by 2 is 6, by 1 is 6. Why are you not? Oh, there we go.
完璧な数字だけど、それは私の数字ではないわ。もう一度やりましょう。
Looks like the bounding box was a bit too wide. It was not accepting the answer. I was clicking a bit too high.
0を入力して、そこからもう一度始めましょう。
30 something, 37?
いいえ、それも違うわ。その数字はあまりにも眩しすぎるもの。もう一度原点に戻りましょう。
2 by 3 by 5 by 7. Don't make me do math, god damn it. 210.
これは 37が嫌いな数字よ。最後にもう一度だけやりましょう。
A string of rational numbers. I think I should reset this, enter 0.
Zibun 分が誰であるか名前など答えにもなりゃしない。自我を見つけられぬ者は真理で己を縛り、やがて彼らは真理すら把握できていないことに気づくのさ。その恐怖から自分を簡易化し、そうして最後にこの世で最も小心者のダチョウですら、さて私は一体
I am who I am.
答えは初めから問題に隠れていたってことかい？この年寄りからあんたが他者の視点から自身を見つめるとき。
Okay, I think they're done with the shapes. We might actually be heading towards the exit. And finally. God, what a treat this game is sometimes.
最初は円、2番目は正方形。
37、君なの？
But why are we back in time? Another dream? Another illusion? The little girl doesn't seem to be listening. She's completely absorbed in building her castle.
三角には三角を、ひし形にはひし形を。よし、これで完璧。
エマネーション。敏乱？そんなはずがない。なんて醜いの。ちっとも美しくないわ。これは思考なる規律の啓示でしょ。それなのにどうしてこんな答えが。こんな結果みんなに教えるわけにはいかないわ。きっと何かの間違いよ。証明。
And then the last person we actually want to see. What the hell are you doing here? What the hell were you doing here 4 years ago?
あらベルティ、わらわの可愛い子。そなたも砂遊びに来たのでしょ。作っては崩し、作っては崩し。そうよ。残念だけれど、わらわはここを。
Consciousness is snapped back to reality. The surroundings have reverted to the rocky walls, still enclosed within the cave. 37 stands with her head tilted, looking curious.
ものすごく最悪な夢を見た気がする。
Yeah, you were not alone.
どんな夢？
レグルスが6の位置について、ここを無理数のロックンロール王国にすると宣言したんだよ。彼女は北総へ見ながらコーヒーを持ってきて、無理やり私に飲ませようと。
Her worst nightmare. Her worst nightmare is just Regulus. And I don't know why, but this is very in character for Regulus. "37 shakes her head hard, as if trying to rid her mind of the horrific scene.
目覚めてよかった。もちろんあなたもね。早くアペイロンから聞いた数字の真理をみんなに伝えなきゃ。
She chirps, her face lighting up with delight, finally free from the long nightmare. A beam of daylight appears before them. The lengthy trial has finally come to an end.
ベルティ、聞こえる？きっとソフィアたちが迎えに来たんだよ。外で待っててって伝えたから。ソフィア！
Girl runs happily towards the light, like a young swallow swooping out of sight.
待って、37!
Got to catch up? Got to leave this place at once. Must share the findings here with the others. Finally, the light of day comes into view. Are we sure it was even day? A gust of wind suddenly rushes by, sending pebbles scattering across the ground. It is unmistakably the smoke of war. From the frying pan, straight into the fire. Not even a break in between. So yeah, looks like the humans finally found this island too. What's this? Timekeeper's Moxie. Oh, new skill. Cool, we haven't gotten one in a while. Plus 4 points for using arcane skills, plus 3 for moving, plus 5 for incantation merge. Generates 2 rank 1 precast incantations for a target ally. Oh god, if we can use this with Wingsong, it keeps generating incantations for Wingsong, this one might be insane. Removes the rightmost non-ultimate incantation in the spell dock and grants Moxie plus 10 to the Timekeeper. A little bit of a cleanup too. Is that the second skill? Should be the third one. First, let me check on something. The dailies are still not all done. Oh god, the other one... Wait, best rewards? 760, cool. Ah, right, this must be from them adding the easy mode to all the other stories. Reflections. Need more Penumbra Can. We're getting side stories. We're finally getting side stories. If you missed an event, it's finally going to show up in here. That's great. But no, this skill... There we go. We have First Melody here, which generates a special incantation that you can merge for a +1 rank. Second, we got the Grand Orchestra, special incantation that can merge and upgrade a rank 1 or 2 incantations, but this one is more expensive. This is the third one, Unfinished Tune. And I'm really, really curious to see if it works with her. Up. It changes for the team, doesn't change for the fight. Good to know, I guess. So I'm really behind. Wait, you haven't been playing the main story? Your characters are higher level than mine. How the hell is this happening? Okay, plus Unfinished Tune. This is a 2-round fight. Even if the enemies are a bit low level, it should still be possible to get to round 2 and use this. Yes, yeah, we're already getting 1 precast.
距離を算出しよう。もっと見てもいいんだわ。
交点からの切断。
Okay, there's a double precast from her. Oh god, it works. 4 precast skills. Dude. And she can keep both of them with one move. Okay, things are getting interesting. I do like this new little buff over here.
あなたの勇気に敬服します。鱗のご加護です。より多くの人のために。
Oh god, with the right timing, you can just proc this one, keep 2 saved, and just get another 2 from here. And this one also costs 0. A free cleanup too. Dude, this one is really, really nice. Jesus. Big fan. Very, very big fan.
あなたの努力を称賛します。
You don't get the extra one for the new incantation levels, but at the same time, 2 random precasts. Insane. Absolutely insane.
キッチン簡単だよ。
一寸のメモリと無限の線。
Yeah, looks like I found my new favorite incantation now. What the hell is even this? I also need to check if it works with Jin. Uh, 1.56. Oh, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more for another 10-part pool. I need to check if it works with other units too, but right now, just for Windsong, it's absolutely amazing. Any chance I have one more pool? Let's see. Yeah, 120. I'm up to 9. I still need one more roll. Well, screw it. 70. Please, Lucy. There's the 6-star. Please, Lucy. Oh, really?
以前からあなたのことは耳にしてたわ。
Come on, she was free.
ご迷惑にならなければいいけど。
Ah, this hurts. This hurts quite a bit. But at the same time, we are now moving towards the free one. I haven't gotten any of the 30 rolls promised. And this one lasts for 41 days. There's a small chance I might actually be able to hit the second pity. Yeah, she's in the standard pool too. But not gonna lie, this one hurts. Also, the last 3 units, I've gotten the 6-star basically back to back. And so it rises again, blood domain. For every 10%, 7.5% damage up to 60. And this one was 5% up to 40. It's still a higher damage buff. Hell, it's another 20% damage buff, so really, really good. But at the same time, second Semmelweis, yeah, hurts a little bit. Can't even bring her up to Insight 1 for how little pulls I've gotten. Got Ash in okay, let's go. Oh, nice, congrats. Yeah, she's a nice little stunner. She's been fairly fun. But I've had some trouble trying to slot her in. Mostly because, like, if you need damage, you've got Typhon. Wait, is there anywhere we can go look at the first anniversary rewards? Because, yeah, Semmelweis we've gotten. Back to the Future, this one was the one, free 10 pool. Okay, Footprints in the Rain here lasts for 20 days. And this is the one, free 10-part pool. Then there's going to be a Footprints in the Rain 2 in 20 days with another 10-part pool. Dust and Treasure, 6 days. No idea what this is, might be something that they're trying to sell you. And Into Limbo, which I do need to pick back up. Right now, I do need to start farming these. Because, damn, I need to try and farm as much as possible for Lucy. But again, between the shop reset, the pools, the story, and the events, it should not be impossible to get her. Just wanted her for the base skill. Ela power creeps her so hard it's not even funny. Wait, Ela? But isn't Ela a quick summon unit? I will admit, I didn't even look into her kit that much. But yeah, also if you want stuns, there's Dorothy always there too. Military Station 1914.
クソが開戦許可まだ降りないのか。一体何を待ってるんだ。島が目の前にあるんだぞ。こっちには兵士も装備も物資だって揃ってる。あとはおっと黒ずくめのお仲間たちを忘れてたな。ザ・ウォールデンの軍需産業家と名乗って対アルカナム用改良武器を提供してくれた奴らも裏についてる。どうにもうさんくさいし、アルカニストの匂いがプンプンするが、提供品は紛れもなく本物だ。まずはセルビア人とギリシア人から肩をつけねえとな。
This army has been stationed here for a long time, perhaps too long. The soldier, stranded and demoralized by their failed landing, faced days of uncertainty without orders. But while politicians bicker, they're left to heat the food meals by meal, watching their chances slip by.
そうカッカするな、ゲオルギー。お偉いさんたちを信じろよ。きっといい交渉結果が出る。
Ela is the better version of a marksman sniper, faster attack rate, higher damage per hit, and her grenades are debuffers, not the core damage. Yeah, sadly I didn't really have enough rolls to go guarantee her, so even though she's a limited, even though it hurts a little bit for collection, missing out on a limited unit, I had no choice but to skip her. Right now, all eyes are set on W Alter.
何が競争委員会だ。あの島を先に見つけたのはオーストリア人やドイツ人じゃねえ、俺らだ。
He grumbles and picks up the monocular back up, straining to catch another glimpse of the island across the waters. The sea is tranquil, as it often is this time of year. The water sparkles under the golden sun, stretching to the horizon without an island in sight. At least I hope you can get W Alter. To be honest, Arknights hasn't really given me that much trouble when it comes to clearing content, so whether I get a unit or not, I don't think it matters all that much. But yeah, mostly I want them for collection and just to have fun with them. Still, if all my luck just keeps concentrating into Honkai Star Rail, I'm not going to complain. Star Rail and Grand Blue Fantasy, I've been getting a bit too lucky in Grand Blue Fantasy as well recently. He blinks, unsure if his eyes is tricking him. His words barely catch anyone's attention. A new Perker game is underway on the supply crate. A radio, a couple of beers, and a game of poker. A rare moment of enjoyment. Who could ask for more? Yeah, I'm not even using some of my strong ops anymore, but sure nice to have for S. Honestly, it feels a little bit bad when you have so many ops that you just continue using the same ones mission after mission. Like, ever since I got Typhon, I basically stopped using 90% of my other archers. Ever since I got Eyjafjalla Alter, I stopped using 99% of my other healers. And when it comes to tanks, I just keep using Oshiguma. I've gotten Madrock, I've gotten Penance, I've gotten the Sad Cat. I just continue using Oshiguma for some reason. She just never lets me down. The soldier does not seem to hear his name. He grips the monocular tightly, his mouth contorting as it watches. A drop of vibrant paint slides down his cheek and lands on the ground with a splatter. The card players pause, gawking at the paint sliding down each other's faces, unaware that their own faces are melting as well. In the silence, the only sound that fills the air is the static of the radio. If you are not on auto, why are you auto-playing? Oh, good! Now we're back to Kakana's storyline. The game is so non-mecha focused, I use Quora more than Hoshi. Surtur became a bench warmer, eye candy, and popsicle liquor. I don't even need to use her most of the time. Yeah, I was really happy when I finally got on her, but right now, unless we need to face some boss that one-shots units, I'm not really using her anymore. And if the boss does not one-shot units, I've got like... oh god, what's her name? Viviana. Viviana at least can be healed, and she deals a similar amount of damage while also not being forced to retreat. The streets has turned into a canvas of mesmerizing hues. The colorful paints swirl and burst, creating one spiral after another. It's almost like the stage set for a twisted carnival.
早く開けて、大事な話が。
She pounds on the door, but as soon as she makes contact, the door softens and melts. She trips through the door, but quickly recalls at the horror inside. The art and specimens, once delicate and exquisite, now resemble a jumble of spilled paint. Still, with a glimmer of hope, she carefully calls out to her brother.
クララ、君がそんなに取り乱すなんて珍しいね。どうしたんだい？
The familiar voice brings immense relief to her
でも
heart.
今からビジネススクールに行かなきゃならないんだ。
But we see paint everywhere, so this pen-up is not going well. So we find he's still the reliable brother that she remembers, the family's pride, in his sharp three-piece suit.
待って、ビジネススクール。あそこにはもう行かないって言ってなかった？決闘を申し込んだ人間に腕を潰されたから。ちょっと待ってよ。その右手。
He turns around and Kakanya can finally see. Half of his suit is covered in colors, painting, trailing down his face and pulling at his feet. An arm of flowing colors is attached to his body, like a mismatched puzzle piece.
ああ、イーソンのことかい？あれは仕方なかったんだ。彼は仲間たちに自分が反アルカナム主義だと証明する必要があった。でも
God
大
pulled
丈夫。
Kakanya too, from one
話はもう
nightmare
つけ
straight
てある。
into another.
彼は腕を返してくれたんだ。
As dealing with Isolde was also not easy. He casually tosses it aside, letting it clatter into the darkness and disappear into the swirls of colors. Albert grabs his walking stick, his new arm dangling lifelessly at his side.
そろそろ時間だ。ジョンソンにレイモンド、それからエリザベスを噴水に突き落とした愚か者ハーバード。奴らに罰を与えてやらないとね。クララも体には気をつけなさい。
He strides past her and hails a carriage with triangle for wheels at the door. Triangle for wheels? She runs to stop the carriage, but is unaffected by her efforts. A set of footsteps approaches from behind.
ミス・カカニア、ストーム症候群が蔓延しています。このままではあなたまで感染してしまいます。
Yeah, it used to be 3 people from the Foundation in here, but one died, so it's only Marcus and Kakanya right now. Kind of isolated, and the entire world is melting around them.
どうか一緒に。
Trembling ground interrupts her. A mob with distorted faces swarms through the street, chanting slogans and singing in their own tongues. White pro-war pamphlets litter the ground, like snowflakes being absorbed into a mire of effervescent paints. The city is bursting with an unrelenting energy, like a spinning chariot or a twirling powder keg.
先頭にいるのはミス・オーロラ。先週カフェで結婚式の話をしたばかりなのに。
A sign crashes to the ground beside them. Rage-filled citizens are tearing the street apart. Even the handles of the roadside benches are yanked off and made a weapon. The fervent protest consumes all who would come across it, forcing them to participate with no option to decline.
大変。完全に理性を失ってる。一緒に来てください。一刻も早くここを離れないと。
同志たちよ、団結しましょう。
Oh god, their faces are actually melting. Again, this is the stuff of nightmares.
あなたの勇気に敬服します。
People hate on Vivi a bit too much, she's fine. Oh, she has a similar use to Surtur, just for different situations. Again, the same way that all the different tanks have different uses.
はいはい。早く走りましょう。
歯の役目です。
Any chance you can one shot.
シルクサンダー。
Just half HP. But yeah, all this mess, and I'm also still waiting for the poison healer. Sotheby. Because I know this team is starting to get old. This team will eventually fall off of the meta. But Jessica is just so freaking cute. I absolutely love this character. And if I can put my hands on Sotheby and actually finish building this team, it would honestly make my game.
あなたの努力を称賛します。
練習通り行きましょう。さあ集中しましょう。
鱗のご加護です。
ご心配なく準備は整いました。いつでも行けます。シルクサンダー。
Okay, this one dies to poison.
はいはい。
あなたの勇気に敬服します。
センスいいじゃん。ブギ今だ。
より多くの人のために。
おや、こりゃまずいかも。
That's better.
早く走りましょう。惑星は動いて、無知なる者の運命もまたしかり。おい、後ろに注意。あやとりしましょう。起きてください。これからが本番ですよ。
ミス・カカニア、こちらへ。あなたの診療所に行きましょう。あそこは特別行動班が指定した場所で。
Silence Altar can make almost any team immortal too. Oh right, I forgot Silence Altar was a thing. Yeah, that's another character I still need to build too. The young investigator holds the doctor's hand, determined to do her duty, but the doctor halts her steps and drops her head, looking dejected.
ミス・マーカス、あなたは以前私たちには償う機会があると言った。あなたはあなたのなすべきことを、私は私のなすべきことをした。でもそれに意味はあった。
Well, if you can't stop the storm, you can at least try and survive it. But in order to do so, you need to join the Foundation.
間に合わなかっただけ？それともまだ挽回の余地があると？
Not to mention, every time a storm happens, time rewinds. So if there's a chance to stop all these storms, time should just go back to flowing forward. Oh yeah, I'm getting some red orbs of the new story event. Do you know where I have to use it? Red orbs?
術式も手に入れたのに。
They might be the drops from the current campaign. Everything you use stamina on should drop them. There should be some shops around. Let me finish this story chapter, then we'll check. The floor in Laplace's corridor has lost its clean silvery sheen. Dawkins and his slobbering mud certainly played a major role in the destruction. The guards used every cleaning orb in their inventory to restore even a hint of its original glory. A pair of angry feet stomps across the floor, ignoring their colleagues' attempt to stop them. Enigma adds more muddy footprints without hesitation.
聞きたいことがある。どうして実験をやめないんだ？
His outcry elicits a reaction. The door to the rector's office flings open, and an angry figure storms out.
アドラー・ホフマン、君はすでに解読班の班員ではない。故にこの廊下を通る権利もない。その行為は
I don't think he
ラ
cares.
プラス計算科学研究センター安全管理条例に反するってか。
He throws the hefty manual right into his former leader's face.
少しでも条例の概念が残ってんならわかるはずだ。今お前らがやってることこそが最高責任者だとしてもこんな状態なのに実験を続ける権利なんて。
Before he can continue, his ex-leader sharply cuts him off.
出ていけ！言い争っている暇はない。今は戦争状態にあるんだぞ。実験に参加した者は皆説明同意書にサインしている。関係者以外は立ち入り禁止だ。ストームまでたったの18時間だ。今回はこれまでの中で最も望みが大きい。飛躍的発展を遂げたと言える。この希望を君の姉が命と引き換えに手に入れたものだということを忘れるな。
I'm afraid if you mention his sister again, he's going to break your ball. Adler Hoffman is abruptly silent. A fiery rage ignites in his hazel eyes. A deafening void engulfs the space as Ulrich realizes his verbal blunder.
ああ、そうだな。姉さんの犠牲と引き換えに我々は驚くべき成果を手に入れた。そしてさらに多くの犠牲者を生んだ。そういうことだよな。
He charges ahead, shoving Ulrich aside with his elbow. Ulrich's head slams against the wall, ferrofluids shifting erratically inside.
この狂った実験を続ける理由を知ら。
He starts working on the padlock on the door. Nothing is going to stop him from breaking through today. The alarm goes off. Ulrich struggles to his feet against the wall, a hand up to his head.
ただでさえ強靭は事足りてるってのに。ミス・ルーシーは忙しいんだ。君に会う暇などない。カウンセラー室にでも行ってろ、人間風情が。忙しいだ。これより重要なことがあるってのか。ここはいつからロボットの独壇場になったんだ。財団の人道主義の原則はどうなってんだよ。あいつは何をしてるんだ。俺らが揉めている間も機械油と報告書を手に230ボルトの電圧風呂で充電中ってか。
He cracks the code, pushing Ulrich's arm aside. Enigma forces his way into the room. The room is completely dark. Oh, that's her.
アドラ
That's Lucy. Her basic form.
いらっしゃい。
But why is she in her basic form? And again, to be continued. So let's check where to use these red orbs. Because we're getting some mats from here. which are used in the shop and the machines. It shouldn't be over there. And yeah, Flying to the Past is just her very own character story. Last survey, which also has its own rewards for clearing all the stages. Beneath the Ashes, this should be the exploration event. Yeah, part 3 of the exploration event. These ones are also pretty nice. We got some interesting puzzles in them. But nothing else is open. So the gummy bears are in here. You can trade them for cellular activity. These are also being dropped by the missions. But I think that's about it. What are these red orbs? Okay, fluid metal. Contains memories of intense battles, a substance required to unlock final replay. Can only be used during the Verin Stumped event. I've got 269 of them too. So either there's going to be something later, extra mechanics where you need to build stuff, or these are going to be used for something down here. Likely Series of Dusk. Because Flying to the Past also should not require them. And no, they're not in this shop, they're not here. But yeah, like the past event also had extra materials that you need to farm in order to like build the city, keep on improving on the resources and resource generation. So it's likely that we're going to get something similar for this main story too, just going forward. Either that or if you go to this story from here, there's a locked section. Yeah, clear 730. 730? Jesus. And yeah, so we are not even halfway done. But yeah, once we clear 730, that's going to be the second part of the event down here. It's likely that this one is going to take these materials, just like we had this star over on this other side, with some extra missions. Claiming all your weekly activity rewards, you will receive a Penumbra coin. Stack up to 5 and it takes 2 weeks to unlock one of these. Still, these are going to be worth it. I do think I've played through all of the events, especially with the reruns, but maybe I've missed one. And if anything, there's also going to be more resources in here. So again, really glad to finally see side stories coming to this game. But no, it has to be the main event. It has to be something that unlocks later.
So, これで汚れはなくなったし。リス、その兄は全く正反対の男でね。結局のところ、どちらも孤独なものなのさ。
Okay, they're talking about Kakanya's mirrors.
兄弟合わせて、まるで両面鏡のようさね。そして今、
But Kakanya's brother is basically already gone, corrupted by the storm and about to disappear. I guess we're going for chapter 15, so we reach at least the half point, then we're going to stop. I didn't expect that to be 30 chapters. That's a lot. That's really a lot. The piston rotates on the floor like a toy top.
あまり会話にふさわしい姿ではないわね。シモーネ、つけ直してもらえるかしら。
Her assistant rushes over and puts her into a robot body.
ありがとう。だいぶ良くなったわ。
Oh, and they finally put a face on her.
あら、顔まで選んでくれたのね。重い表情ね、アドラー。ここのロジックを修正したいのかしら。
So, what are we thinking? Face or no face? Which one is better?
先ほどの言葉は、礼節を考慮した上でのものよ。実際はどの身体に装着されようとも、私にとって違いはない。
Her ill-timed explanation annoys him even more.
なぜ実験を中止しない？ミス・ルーシー。
Face is better? Both?
ここでの犠牲をなかったことにするつもりか？
I hear once you get her, if you have her in your main screen, you can tap on her and she takes her face off too. So whether you like face or no face, you have the option to go for both.
それともあんたやウルリヒみたいな鉄側をかぶった意識覚醒者は命に関する概念など持ち合わせてないってのか？アドラー・ホフマン、もう一度だけ忠告する。
Ulrich storms back into the room with two guards, ready to throw him out at any moment.
大丈夫よ、アドラー。あなたが固執しているのも、情報不足によるプログラム上の判断ミスに過ぎないわ。状況を十分に理解すれば、きっと理性的な判断を下すことができる。
理性的な判断だと。
He is way too pissed. The human, known for his logical thinking, responds with an overwhelming amount of feeling.
悪いが俺らはロボットでもなければ交換可能なパーツでもねえんだ。研究を強行的に進めるその姿、アルカニスト特有の暴走とも取れる。
研究はすでに打ち切られたわ。この部屋以外はね。
何？
The robot flashes a smile, as if anticipating the man to be pleased with her response.
あなたとメディスンポケットが以前言っていたように、この術は研究員の限界を超えているわ。彼らは術式の効果が出るより先に副作用によって壊れてしまうでしょう。最初の通告は不可抗力だった。ドーラは何も知らず送信ボタンを押してしまった。その後すぐに拡散を遮断し、関係者以外を避難させたわ。今実験に参加しているのは説明同意書にサインした一部アルカニストのみよ。
Mutual consent, that bloody form again.
言わせてもらうかな。楽観主義でいられんのは推論力が足りねえせいだぞ。俺たちが戦っているのは何だ？単語を数個唱えるだけでこんな呪いを招くような輩だぞ。限界ってもんを知ってるんなら残りの奴らも撤退させるべきだ。こんな無駄な努力を積んだところで犠牲に犠牲を重ねるだけだろ。
The researcher fights to stay calm, reiterating his views he had already shouted in the hallway. Ulrich begins his retort, but the director simply nods in agreement.
ええ、あなたは確かに正しいのかもしれない。でも、正しいだけでは役に立たないわ。
ああ?
She grins, trying for a warm, gentle smile, but it comes across as anything but. Enigma despised that fate. Every time she tried to show a hint of humanity, it only served to highlight how different she was from everyone else.
先ほど、限界と言ったわね。あなたの口からその単語が出るなんて驚いたわ。
Enigma pauses for a second, not sure if she's being sarcastic.
人類は新石器時代より身体進化速度が緩やかになった反面、文明は急速に発展して輝かしい功績を上げた。それは誰かが突然力を手に入れて成したわけでもない。団体として努力し続けた結果よ。文明の発展、科学の躍進。私たちは何度も限界を超え、自らの束縛を破り、知恵と工具を使い環境を改善していくわ。それこそが進歩よ。
壮大な綺麗事言いやがって。
そうかしら。
Oh crap. He forgot about her excellent hearing.
私たちは何としてでも限界を超えなければならない。それが現実よ。雨の帳による呪縛を解かなければ進歩なんてしようがない。術式の副作用を理解することはとても大切な一歩なの。今後の基本データにもなるし、さらに多くの人が安全に術を使うために必要な作業よ。
じゃあ誰にその力があるってんだ。親愛なるミス・ルーシー。俺らには何度も貢献できるような命はないぜ。
はあ、それならウルリッヒのおかげで突破口を見つけたわ。確かに他のアルカニストも撤退して構わないわ。意識覚醒者以外はね。
Doesn't it corrupt them anyway?
意識覚醒者以外は?
The tungsten wires grow faintly red in the dark. Then the room is lit.
ミス・ルーシー、電力が戻りました。実験を始めましょう。
ええ、説明が少々長引いてしまったわね。でも私たちはまだ理性的観点において共鳴できていない。実験。
ああ、実験ってここでか。
Ignoring his surprise, Lucy sits down on the iron bench. Wires of various sizes are attached to her body. The instrument comes to life to the piston's rhythm, faithfully recording every change in the robot. From her slightest movements to arcane fluctuation, nothing goes unnoticed.
La Funua.
おい、まさかあの呪文を唱えるつもりか?
Frozen in place by the scene, he looks around the room in disbelief.
報告書は読んだんだろう。ドーラが粉々になった姿も見ただろうが。
Rarely does her back curl up like this. The usual cheerful expression on her face has changed to one of unease, suggesting that something is amiss. A hunk of metal should not feel pain. They have no flesh, no nerves. But if she's in agony, what could the cause be of such torment? Will she break apart too, like those people? The ominous curse has set its sights on its prey. It watches, almost like Zeus on a mountain top, ready to unleash lightning on the mortal who dare to steal fire.
ダメだわ、シモーネ。これ以上は続けられない。
The most primal, instinctual fear. This is the first time he's ever heard her emotions pour out so raw.
てめえら、何やってんだ！早く実験を中断しろ！
Panic and horror twist in his stomach. He has an irresistible urge to rip out the wires and put an end to her torture.
あいつは計算科学研究センターの最高責任者だぞ。あいつに何かあったら代わりはいるのか。そこを動くな、エニグマ。
Ulrich's voice, full of animosity, comes from behind.
自分で勝手に入ってきたんだろう。しっかり見届けるんだ。それとも自分以外の生物はその人道主義に含まれないとでも言うのかい？
We know that she has no backup, that she's only a very small piston in a human-built body. But we don't know if she tries to recite the incantation, whether the incantation is going to just break her body, or if it's going straight for her core. Simone leans over her and speaks softly.
あくまで規定のプログラムの一部に過ぎません。いくつかの音節を唱えるだけ。そうすれば全てが終わります。
規定のプログラム。
Fear ebbs away a little as she repeats the word.
その言葉、気に入ったわ。
Her eyes close. She forces out the last word with great determination.
シル、黒。
It's done. A clear, accurate, impeccable read. Right at that moment, the lights in the lab go out.
全部言えたわよね、シモーネ。
はい。
No one can see her face in the darkness, but Enigma believed it to be a smile.
そう。や。
A gust of sand rises in the room. Without warning and out of nowhere, it screams through the enclosed darkness. The raging storm engulfs the robot's cold metal body, carrying her away with great force. When the sand subsided, all that remains is an old piston, clattering to the ground. She got lucky. She got really freaking lucky with this. A deathly silence, until Enigma stumbles back, nearly falling over another person in the room. The piston lies motionless on the ground, as lifeless as any other object.
あんたが見せたかったものか。
His heart pounds in his ears as he pants, fists clenched and slick with sweat. Everything's gone but the core piston. I'm pretty sure she's still fine. Ulrich looks at him, his voice poised and steady.
冷静にだと。どこをどうすれば冷静になれるんだ。目の前で死んだんだぞ。てめえが殺しても同然だ。
この実験はすでに何回も行っている。
Enigma is in... Damn it. Enigma is in disbelief.
何回もこの殺人のような実験を何回もだと。
I think that was just Lucy. I think that were just Lucy's spare bodies, which is why we saw her as a little piston when we got in here the first time. The ferrofluid flows again, forming a shape that Enigma can only interpret as disdain.
その姿は何だ？呪いに怯えているせいで大事なことが見えていないじゃない。
Spray her with all, she's probably just passed out.
術式は聞いたと思うか？
どういう意味だ？あれは呪いだろ。
いいや、あれとは別物だよ。何せ最初に呪文を唱えたのは僕だ。ドーラよりも先にね。それは確かに効果を発揮した。奇跡のような加護の力を感じたんだ。まるで祝福が僕の頭上に降り注いだかのような感覚だ。僕は急いでこの吉報をミス・ルーシーに伝えた。ところが彼女と別れた後、呪いが降りかかり、僕の全身が溶け始めたんだ。あの時はそばに誰もいなかったし、液体になってしまったせいで非常ボタンすら押せなかった。だが果てしない闇をさまよった後、僕は目覚めた。この世で覚醒した時の最初期の姿となってね。
最初期の姿。
The ferrofluid pulsates, which in Ulrich's body language is a nod.
君たちとは違い、意識覚醒者は血肉も神経もないただの意識だ。原始的な律動を物体に宿したものに過ぎない。その純粋さのおかげで、君たちと対等にコミュニケーションを取れるし、術式を試せるし、呪いに耐えることができる。そう、この呪いは我々を最初に目覚めさせた原始的意識に触れることはできない。故に身体に依存する種族とは違い、我々は肉体を何度破壊されようとも、意識がある限り最終的に目覚めることができるというわけだ。
How convenient for them to just be immune to this thing.
もちろんこれはあくまで憶測に過ぎず、交換可能な身体を持つ意識覚醒者に限られる。だからミス・ルーシーと交互に検証することにしたんだ。その結果、
憶測だと。今回は目覚めることができても次もうまくいくとは限らないだろう。アルカナムに絶対はないんだぞ。もし今回がその憶測から外れた結果だったら、あいつが二度と動けなくなったとしたら。
Is what's Enigma send away?
人間に言われずとも自分たちが何をしているのか分かっている。
She wears even more cloth on eye too. Somehow she got hotter.
この先は意識覚醒者の領域。我々にしかできないことであり、やらねばならないことでもある。種族など関係ない。科学研究の道を選んだ時点で知っていて当然の使命だ。我々は何としても限界を超えなければならない。血迷ったわけじゃない。これは理性によるものだ。
Silence fills the room, like the beginning of time where there was no sound to be heard. Then slowly, the piston starts to spin.
どうやら2号の副作用の再現に成功したようね。コールマン実験室が提供してくれた117種の防御術は全て無効だったわ。記録してシモーネ。これで4回目よ。45号と69号も これに関連した形態だったわ。それともう少し効率を上げましょう。今の進捗はあまりに遅すぎる。
The lights are back on again, and the piston is placed into a new body. Being prepared for all possible outcomes requires a significant amount of metal material, but it's essential for data collection and analysis. With a soft hum, the robot turns her head and looks at Enigma, surprised.
アドラー、なぜここに？でも、あの薄暗い部屋から出て、再びこの研究に参加してくれるのは、喜
Are
ばしいことだ。
part of her memories gone too?
いいえ、ミス・ルーシー。彼はこの実験の要員ではありません。勝手に入ってきただけです。
Says in one line, softer materials, more human. Yeah, they're also going in with the usual trope of machines not understanding human emotions. So I'm pretty sure she's going to mention either trying to learn sarcasm or trying to learn more of that sort of stuff later on.
あら、ごめんなさい。毎回目覚めるたびに一部データを紛失してしまうの。
She smiles at him, as she always does.
ともあれ、あなたが主体的能動性を取り戻せて嬉しく思うわ。ところで。
いや、俺たちはついさっき理性的な合意とやらに達したばかりだ。ただこの実験自体はどうにも理解できねえ。リスクに見合った評価が下せるとも思えない。
評価は永遠に使えるようなものではないわ。アルカナムは通常の尺度で測れないから。つまりこれは評価を下しているわけではなく信念。
Enigma is caught off guard by her words.
まさかあんたの口から信念なんて言葉が出るとは思わなかったぜ。
あなた驚きやすい人ね。
As they speak, the robot strolls over to her
評価は確か
chair.
に有効よ。すでに過去の経験をもとに失敗と成功の確率を割り出したわ。誰もが手の打ちようがない未知に襲われ、周囲が闇に覆われたら、私たちは何を頼りに前進する方法を探ればいいのかしら。
She ponders and stares into the void. Perhaps the experiments did fry some circuits. She's more sentimental than usual.
私たちに残された唯一の道。それは進歩への信念よ。蒸気機関車の汽笛音が初めて鳴らされた時、私は目覚めたわ。あの時は純粋な劇場、進歩のみが私の経路を巡っていた。永遠に鳴りやまない汽笛音の中、私はあなたたちが科学と理性の塔を築き上げると同時に、破滅と破壊の箱を開く姿を目の当たりにしていた。あなたたちは戸惑い、ひるむことはあれど、列車のエンジンのように突き進んだ。終点がどこにあろうとも、私たちは進歩しなければならないのよ。世界が雨に流され、停止ボタンが押されるまでね。大丈夫よ。ただ模索の初期に戻るだけだから。その時、私は横から杖を差し出すことができる。
She gives him a tender smile.
心配せずとも、進歩の信念がこの星の生物の心に宿っている限り、私は 歩みを止めないわ。
But yeah, and I still think she got really, really lucky. Because she couldn't have known which part of her the curse would have affected.
ふむ、データ復元に随分時間を費やしてしまったわね。さあ、シモーネ、実験を続けましょう。次の副作用がペースト状融解であることを祈るわ。コールマンの変形呪文の中に一つだけそれに対処できるものがあるから。
The human researchers know that it would be inappropriate for him to stay here any longer. Gritting his teeth, he moves forward to the door, trying his best to leave the horrific scene behind him. Someone is waiting for him by the door.
僕たちが何をしているのかこれで分かっただろう。君は何の役にも立たない。この施設が8年間経験してきたことと同じだ。ストームによって君たちの信念が崩壊するたび、僕たちはそれを引き継いできた。この巨大なメカを再び動かしたのも、白紙の上に進歩の階段を描いたのも僕たちだ。君がアルカナムに関してまるで無知なのは分かっているが、せめて僕たちに最低限の敬意を払うべきだ。
お前も実験を続けるのか？
もちろん。僕は無力な上に騒ぎ立てるしかない脳なしとは違うからな。
Instead of his usual witty comeback, Enigma simply shakes his head in a slow motion.
アダムスを覚えてるか？
Sudden question that seems out of place. The ferrofluid quivers. The name seems to unearth memories that have been buried for 8 long years in the confines of this institution.
アダムス、ローマン、アドルフ、シルビア、アルバート、ルイス。奴らは雨の帳に洗い流された。メルビン、フランシス、キャロライン、レオポルド。奴らは外出後、消息不明になった。それにドーラ、リチャード、ドーキンス、ビクターも。皮肉だと思わないか？俺よりこの場にふさわしい奴がゴロゴロいたってのに、今や俺しか残ってね。お前らまで防御名簿に加えなくちゃなんねえのか。
Hopefully not. If the experiments cannot hit their souls. In this rare moment, he lowers his head. But soon, he raises his arm and slaps the man hard on the back.
その軟弱な情緒を僕に移すな人間。だが先ほどまでの言葉は撤回しよう。良い班長にあるまじき行為だ。ミス・ルーシーは常々チームワークの重要性を説いていた。
He awkwardly pats the human on the shoulder, a clumsy attempt at friendliness.
いいけ、アドラー。ここから先はアルカニストの出番だ。僕たちが結論を出すまで、君たちは舞台裏にいなさい。
Enigma heaves a breath.
いいか、ウルリキ。もしお前が無事に戻ってきたら。
Alarmed by the opening worlds, Ulrich instinctively turns down his receiver to avoid hearing anything too warm. That would be more painful than suffering through 100 experimental side effects.
二度とお前と同じチームに派遣されないよう、上に申請を出すよ。そうすればお互い、チームワーク云々で悩む手間が省けるだろ？どうだ
A curve that almost resembles a smile appears on his face.
その申請、心待ちにしているよ。
Now roll up your sleeves and clear your mind. This is not the time to grieve. If human reasonings and arcane knowledge are not enough on their own, perhaps a combination of the two can solve this problem. The lab door is in shambles, its metal plate barely hanging on. A wooden sign reading "Keep Out" sways precariously, covered in bite marks and scratches. Enigma takes a moment before finally knocking on the door. A voice answers from within. Bite marks and scratches? Oh, this one must be Semmelweis.
解読班のアドラー・ホフマンだ。メディスンポケットはいるか？論文を見たんだが、その中にアルカニストの純血度と使える術式レベルとの関係性が書かれていた。取り急ぎそのデータ。
The door creaks open to reveal a youthful face, but she is not the genius he is looking for. The lab technician looks at him through her glasses and hesitates a little.
その論文の原稿ならこちらにあります。
Apparently not.
勝手に持って行っても構いません。汚れはお気になさらず、先ほどゴミ箱から救出したばかりなので。メディスンポケットでしたら残念ながら外出されております。
外出？どこへ？
There's a subtle conflict on her face. She's torn between covering for her colleagues and following the rules. It's more than enough for him to catch on.
まさか施設を出たのか？今はストームのカウントダウン中だぞ。
はい。規定によれば外出は厳禁なのですが、偉大な構想を思いついたらしく、ストームの最中にしか実験できないと。
And once again, a couple of dumb-ass scientists are going to put themselves at risk in order to prove their theories. Still, we are 15 chapters in and not a single mention of Semmelweis. Side effects of the Defense Research Program's report. Immediate death not a symptom, soluble in soil, hair modification, dispersion of consciousness, fluid allergy, persistent severe dehydration. Oh god, that's a lot. But still, to open the floodgates, we will do next time. Either tomorrow or in a couple of days. Because I need to check on some other games first if I want to do some extra progress elsewhere before coming back to this. For now, that's the weeklies. This should also give me one key for the weekly missions. For the reflections here. Fantastic. But sadly, not enough to continue rolling. We can do maybe one, which is just going to be even more sadness.
Potato fry? Hamburger?
Let's see. This one should still have the PT. Yeah, 50% of the 6-star units. But we're going to need to reach PT once again. Unless she wants to come home early, which is always very appreciated. 71, but nothing to trade for outside of some materials. But I will only be looking in these materials once I've gotten her, once I'm done with all the rolls. Because yeah, shop-wise, nothing else to do. Unless we sacrifice even more of these. Come on, it would be a fantastic little gift if we could get her before leaving.
ご心配なくマイロード。
Apparently, the roguelike will come back in patch 2.0 together with her light cone. I guess it will be here since she's important to the story. What do you mean the roguelike? Who is the roguelike? All low rarity, damn it. Just 2 more. +1 and nothing. Well, a man can hope, but still, that's 6 or 7 PT across 70 until I can finally get her. There was a roguelike event where I think she was the poster girl on the new event a few patches ago. Oh, Semmelweis. Yeah, she was sent on a mission somewhere, but we haven't seen her since. Still, it's 10 PM at the moment, I still haven't had dinner, so I'm going over to hit something. When it comes to the stream, we'll continue either tomorrow or in a couple of days. As always, finally E3 done. Damn, that's fast, congrats. Well, I guess someone closes this stream with a happy face, right? Still, thanks a lot for coming by. Always appreciate chatting with you guys. And see you around soon. Ciao.